Hello, good evening, and good day, everybody, and welcome to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 374. I hope you're all doing fantastic. I hope you're all doing great. We shall discuss any issue that you would like me to discuss today over the next 2-3 hours. The floor is yours. You ask and I answer. That's what we will do. But before we get into the Q&A, let us see who all is there on the live chat. Let me greet some of you. I can see Varinder Marwa, Krunal, Bhaskar Bandit, ER Drub Shah, Freaky Nikki, Cavalier 17, Rekha Humle Jai Shri Ram ma'am, Mehul Rajesh Babu, Rishabh Chaudhary, Geopolitical Dubey is here from Indore. Good evening, sir. Always good to see you. Truth Lover, Mehul Rajesh Babu once again. Rohan Bidi, happy Saturday to you as well, sir. Samarth Pramanik, Namaste ji. Ashna John, Amayatul Pule, Ashna John once again. Yuvraj Singh Shekhawat is here after a long time. Good to have you. Good to have you back. Thank you so much for being here. Meghna Kothari, good evening, ma'am. P. Sudhir Kumar, good evening. And Jai Shri Ram. Apurva Anupama, Mangal Graha se namaste. Okay, good to have you from Mangal Graha, from Mars. Rahul Dulake, hello, Sarji. Ayush Singh, Sarji Pranam, indeed. D. Kalashnikov, namaste, namaste. Abhishek Shukla says, government acknowledged you were right about Navik. Yes, I was right. And I was not aware that the government has acknowledged this, but it's something that needs to be addressed. So yes, I'm glad that I turned out to be right, I guess. Yes, but it's not the best thing to be right about. I would rather have liked to be wrong about that. Anyway, we'll fix it, I'm sure. Dark Blade, Safed Booth, Manhattan I6W, Sylvester Stallone Limited, AB69E7Q, Vinay Joshi, Sylvester Stallone once again, Safed Booth, Apurva Anupama, Animals for Laugh is here from Mumbai. Good evening to you. Mr. Jam, Radhe Radhe. I Ankit is here from the UK. Good to have you. I'm well. I hope you're too. Who else do we have? Anant GS is here from Hyderabad. Namaskar, sir. Namaskar indeed. Priyanshu Poli is good to see you, sir. Really now, Miss Patel, hello. Good evening, ma'am. Somi is here from Jaipur. Hello, good to see you as well. Who else do we have? Divyansh Khera, hello. Who else? Avid Rider Somesh, hello, sir. Hello. Jasdeep Saran, bonjour. Bonjour, je suis bien, merci. Jay Nimavat, hello, good to see you. Prashant Panwar, hello. Mr. Jam once again. Who else? Tanmay Deshpande, Ujwal is here from Assam. Good to have you. I hope the situation is improving, the flood situation. Shreyas Mitra is here from Moscow. Good evening. Evening, I suppose it's evening now in Moscow. Yes. Dhanish Khajuria, good evening, sir. Jay Kuman, salut, monsieur. Salut. Salut, mon ami. Abhirup Sarkar, hello. Mr. Jam once again. Gaurav Chauhan, hello. Aviral Gandhi, hello. Good to see you. Abhishek Shukla live once again. Who else do we have? Reflex is asking, have I watched Ramayan? I haven't watched the Ramayan. I haven't. Not sure if I'm going to watch it, actually, to be very honest. Jai Dikshit, buonasera, signore. Buonasera. Devesh Kumar is here. Swami says, favorite Led Zeppelin song. I think Led Zeppelin 4th album is the best. Vinod Vaibhav is here as well. Omkar Kumbhar, namaste. Yaneshwar Raju, Shreyas Mitra is here from Moscow. Who else? Reddy, always Reddy is here. Sam the Gamer is here, and so many other people. Richest Pakistani is here. Rahman is here. Good evening. Tanmay Deshpande, Niranjan Bhatt, Jai Shri Ram, Nishal Rai, and Green Turtle. Good evening. Good evening, Green Turtle. Meet Bhatt, namaste. Who else do we have? Sagar Ghare is here from Bangalore. Good to have you. Sam the Gamer, good evening. KIII is here from Odisha. Good evening to you, sir. Bandekar Bhauji, namaskar. D. Kalashnikov, Vishwarupa Mishra, and so many others. Winter Teal, namaste. Bandekar Bhauji is also here. Okay, let's take some questions. What questions do we have? Kamal says, Kamal is a big fan of Messi. All right, sir. I'm glad you like him. I'm glad you like Messi. Senor Messi. Chetan Aradhya is also here. Hello. Meet Bhatt is here from Canada. Good morning. Good morning. So what questions do we have? Let's take some questions. Amayatul Pule says, bonjour. Pour moi, choisir entre l'actuel et l'ancien gouvernement est comme choisir entre la peste et le choléra. L'Inde a besoin de qui? De quoi? qui peut vivre un espoir rapide. So Amaya says, for me, choosing between the current government and the previous government is like choosing between the plague and the cholera. Hmm? And the question is asking is, what does India need to experience quick, rapid growth, or who does India need to experience quick or rapid growth? Right. Okay. Let's not get into which government is better, the previous ones or the current one. That is a matter of personal choice. That's fine. The question is, what does India need to experience rapid growth, and what sort of who does India need to experience that, which means what kind of leadership does India need for that? So, what does India need to experience rapid growth? India needs to reform its institutions, its governance mechanisms, etc. It needs reforms, deep reforms, and wide-ranging reforms across the board. That's what India needs. There are too many vested interests in India, in various institutions, in various organs of the government machinery, etc. And these vested interests don't want things to change. They want things to remain the same. They want business as usual. They want status quo. Reforming the institutions and the systems means you break the status quo. It's no longer business as usual if you do reforms. Reforms are painful, at least in the short to medium term, but that's what you need for long term prosperity, growth, etc. Right? So, what does India need? India needs reforms across the board, wide ranging reforms and deep reforms, reforms that go back to the root causes of all the problems we have in India. That's what India needs. And that's a monumental task. It's like the labors of Hercules, like the Greeks would say, or Greek friends. Our Greek friends aren't very happy with the movie that's recently come out of Hollywood. Yeah, I don't blame them. So they would say it's like the labors of Hercules. You've got this massive system which governs, which rules over 1.4 billion people. It's massively decentralized, it's ossified. How do you reform that? That's what India needs, right? Who does India need? India needs leaders who can make this happen. Leaders with a tremendous amount of fortitude who can overcome these massive Herculean challenges. That's what India needs. That's what India needs. I mean, have we reformed the system substantially, sufficiently over the past decade plus? I would say we haven't. We haven't. We have had reforms. We've had good, initiatives, etc. But I think that has fallen short of what we need, right? I mean, I would give the government credit for doing whatever it's done, the current government. I mean, India has come a long way in the past 12 years, no question about that. But we need to go beyond that. We have gone from 0 to 1. Now we need to go from 1 to 10. And then once we reach 10, we need to go from 10 to 100. So we have gone from 0 to 1 right now. Now we need to take it from 1 to 10. And that's the challenge. And who's going to do that? That's the question, right? So that's the answer to your question. Right, next. Rishabh Chaudhary says, what are your views on the MACE telescope at Hanle? It's one of India's major astronomical achievements, yet it seems to receive very little public attention. Okay, we have a telescope in Hanle. Hanle is in Leh. Okay, it's all the way up north in the Himalayas. And why do we need a telescope in Leh? Why can't we in Ladakh? Not in Leh, in Ladakh. Hanle is in Ladakh, not in Leh. Leh is the capital of Ladakh. So this telescope is up north in the Himalayas. The temperatures, the climate is extremely uncomfortable for most people, especially those who live in the plains in India. Extreme climate, very cold climate, very high altitude. Why do we need a telescope up there in the Himalayas? Why can't we have one in Bangalore, Bengaluru, or Hyderabad, or Mumbai, or Delhi, or somewhere? Why do we need one in the Himalayas? Because when you come down in the plains of India, there's light pollution. There's a tremendous amount of light output, especially if you live in a medium to large city or a metropolis. You can hardly see anything up there in the sky. And there's also a lot of pollution, smog, and so on. And that's why if you have telescopes in these parts of India, they won't really be able to give you the results you want, the clarity, the depth, and so on that you will get in a remote part of India. In the Himalayas, you don't have light pollution. There's almost no one living there. right? Uh, the population density is very low. There's very little light output in the night. Um, and yeah, so that's the advantages of having a telescope in Hanle. Now, it's so cold there, you can't have astronomers living there full time. So it's remotely operated from the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. That's the deal about this telescope. If that's the one if that's the correct telescope, let's just Google it just to fact check that what I'm saying is correct. MACE telescope at Hanle, Ladakh. So, okay, it's operated by the BARC. That's in Mumbai. Okay. So there's another one there's another telescope that's operated by the IISc. Okay, this seems to be a different one. So it's the highest altitude imaging Cherenkov telescope in the world and Asia's largest, and so on and so forth. Okay, it's pretty high above sea level, right? 4,300 meters. Pretty large, 21-meter diameter quasi-parabolic dish, 180 tons, and so on. And the gamma ray astronomy. So when did it become operational? When did this telescope become operational? And do we have any other telescope in Ladakh? Any other major telescope in Ladakh? So when did it become operational? Let's find out. October 4, 2024. Okay. Ladakh is one of the world's premier hubs. Himalayan Chandra telescope. It's operated by the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and so on. Okay, so I was pretty close, but not quite correct. Okay, perfect. So that is the deal. So it's become operational recently, 2024. Now the question Rishabh is asking is, why does this telescope receive very little public attention? And that's a good question to ask. It's a relevant question to ask. My answer is very simple. What new discoveries has it made? So far, thus far. It's been operational, first of all, only for a short period of time. It became operational, like it says, in October 24. That's less than 2 years ago. And when something becomes operational, you need some time to make it, to calibrate it and so on and so forth, to get it working properly. And the question is, how many scientists are using it? What is it being used for, etc. And the core question is, what new discoveries, if any, has this telescope made? It will get public attention when it makes major discoveries, right? That's how it works. So it looks like so far we haven't had any breakthroughs coming out of this telescope, out of the telescope's data. Once you have something major, some major new discovery that occurs, obviously all the focus will go on the telescope. Wow, we have this fantastic telescope that has discovered so and so thing that nobody else discovered earlier. That's how it works. So what we need is new discoveries. It's nice to have equipment. It's nice to have telescopes. It's nice to have observatories. It's nice to have scientific research institutions and so on and so forth. It's fantastic to have these things. But at the end of the day, you need some output, some world-class output that is relevant internationally at the topmost level. Once you have that, the focus will come there. The public attention will come there. But it's interesting that you pointed this out. I was not aware of this new telescope that's been put out. I was aware of the other one, which was operated from Bangalore. So I'm glad we are investing in observatories and so on, but I would like to see some actual world-class, path-breaking discoveries emanating from such telescopes. And that's the answer to your question. Okay. Next question is by Cavalier17. Who do you think would be an ideal leader for India regarding geopolitics to ensure the nation is treated as a peer alongside the big three, US, China, Russia? Right, the big three are US, China, Russia, and the US and China would like to have a big two, and everyone else, like Russia and India, is demoted to a second rung of in the geopolitical pecking order. So the US and China would like a G2 to emerge, but that's the difference. That's a different question. The question is, who do you think would be an ideal leader for India to ensure the nation is treated as a peer? So to answer this question, you have to ask a deeper question. What does it take for a nation to be treated as a peer alongside the US, China, and Russia? To answer that question, you have to ask yourself, what is it that sets the US, China, and Russia apart from other nations? That's it. You have to go deeper to answer this question. So what is it that sets the US apart from everybody else? First of all, massive global scale power projection capabilities, massive military, more than 700 extraterritorial military bases, a network of alliances or vassalages across the world, the most high-tech country in the world, geopolitically not naive at all, geopolitically the most dominant country in the world, hard-nosed foreign policy, economic policy, and so on. That sets the US apart from everybody else, and that's what makes the US a superpower. Does India have that? India doesn't have any of these things, right? What about China? Massive economy, massive industrial capacity. China's economic capacity, industrial capacity, dwarfs that of the US even, right? China has the world's largest navy, numerically. It churns out ships like samosas, warships. China has industrial scale that lends itself to military power from the sense that quantity has a quality of its own. So that's what gives China advantages. Does India have that? No, India doesn't have that. Russia, the world's largest nuclear warhead arsenal. Tremendous industrial capacity. Not as good as China or the US, but still it's there. The legacy industrial capacity is there. Top class scientists and engineers. China also, probably the world's best science and technology oriented education system. So these are the things that set China, Russia, the US apart from everybody else. So any leader who will take India in that direction and make India acquire those characteristics is going to be the ideal leader for India. For that, you will need massive reforms in India. India right now is a nation of significantly, relatively lower standards compared to Russia, US, or China. Significantly lower standards overall. A leader who can, through the force of his or her will, raise India's standards, force India to raise its standards. That's the ideal leader for India. Freaky Nikki says, what does travel do to a person? Beyond sightseeing, how does it change the way we think, we perceive the world, and grow? Look, if you live in one part of the world and stay there forever, you're going to be surrounded by a certain kind of people. And you will only see the world from that perspective, right? And you will think, this is fantastic. The standards we have here are fantastic. The way things are done in my part of the world, that's the way things should be done. This is the kind of streets you should have. This is the kind of governance system you should have. This is the kind of public behavior you should have, and so on. But if you travel, if you go to other parts of the world, you will see how people in other parts of the world do things differently. Other countries may be way more efficient than your country. You may have much higher standards in other countries. The streets you may find that they are way cleaner than India's streets. The roads are way smoother than India's roads. People are much better behaved than Indian citizens, for example. The governance system may be totally different. So you get to see things that you had never imagined existed. You get to see other ways of life. You get to see how people who belong to other cultures and other governance systems, how they behave, how they conduct their affairs, day-to-day affairs, and how they live their life. That changes you, that transforms you. That gives you new data points, massive amounts of new data points in your mind. And that gives you a whole new perspective on how your country is run and how you yourself conduct your life. So it's not just about sightseeing. It's about that you get to experience and interact with different cultures. You may see that certain cultures may do things in a very different way from yours. And then you may ask yourself, why is it like this? Which is better for me? And so on. So it broadens your horizons overall. It's not just about sightseeing. It's about seeing all the other things that the world has to offer. So that's how you grow. That's how you broaden your horizons. That's how you acquire broader perspectives, new perspectives. That gives you wisdom. Wisdom comes from data points and the ability to see patterns that occur, that recur in the world, and so on. So that's why I would highly recommend people to travel, if you can, as far as as much as you can. Ashna John says, Namaste ji, namaste. Despite India creating its own COVID vaccine, 90% of us ended up taking the foreign vaccine, which is proven to have serious adverse side effects. Isn't this bioterrorism? It's a good question. The question, yeah, India did develop its own COVID vaccine. I think it was called Covaxin, was it? And yet, I'm not sure if 90% of Indians, I'm not sure what the percentages are. Okay, I'm not clear. I don't have sufficient clarity about that right now. One can quickly fact check that. But yes, India did, many Indians did take non-Indian vaccines. So let's quickly find out, okay? What's the name of the COVID vaccine that India developed? And what percentage of Indians took the indigenous Indian COVID vaccine? And what percentage of Indians took foreign vaccines? And which foreign vaccines were not allowed in India? Okay, that's a whole bunch of questions. Let's see how the Google AI responds. Okay, Covaxin. So it says that over 88% of total doses administered in India consisted of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine manufactured locally in India as Covishield, while roughly 10 to 11% only consisted of the indigenous Covaxin. So what Ashna says here is essentially correct. What she says here is essentially accurate. Only 10 or 11% of Indians took the indigenous Covaxin. And major foreign vaccines like Pfizer, BioNTech, etc., were never cleared or rolled out in India. So the question is, why did Covaxin, the indigenous vaccine, account for only about 10%, roughly, give or take, of India's total administered doses? And other foreign operations like Sputnik 5 accounted for a fractional percentage. So Sputnik is a Russian vaccine. I'm pretty sure the name itself is Russian. Pfizer, we did not allow it for good reason, because Pfizer, as we know, yeah. That's pretty interesting. Okay, I was not aware of this data, these statistics. So why did India administer only Covaxin to only about 10 or 11% of its population? That's interesting. Is it that? That's a good question. I don't have the answer to it right now. I can give you plausible explanations. India doesn't do things at scale, right? If China develops a vaccine, they're gonna, churn out 1 billion doses. India, we do things smaller scale. Is that the reason? If India had, let's say, rolled out 1 billion or 2 billion doses of the vaccine, India would most likely have administered that to the entirety of its population. I suppose you had multiple doses, 2 doses of each vaccine or whatever. I'm pretty sure that if India had churned out 2 or 3 billion doses, every single Indian could have been vaccinated using the Indian vaccine. So I would say, without actually fact checking it, I would say that most likely. Okay, let's ask it. Let's ask it a follow-up question. So why did Covaxin account for only approximately 10 to 12% of India's total administered doses? Did India not produce the vaccine at a scale that would have been sufficient to vaccinate the entire Indian population? I would say that is the most likely explanation. Let's see. The relatively low share was primarily due to severe production bottlenecks, technological limitations, initial quality control issues. Bharat Biotech was simply unable to manufacture Covaxin at a scale that could compete with Covishield. That's the thing. That's the thing. Right? That's the story of India. We don't do things at scale. Maybe we should not blame the company for that, because this caught the whole country, the whole world unawares. But I would say that the other manufacturers did roll out the vaccine at scale, and the Indian company could not. So these are issues that are, not surprising at all. my guess was the correct guess, and that's why India was not able to, vaccinate its entire population using the indigenous vaccine. That would have been the best option because the Indian vaccine was the safest. The Pfizer vaccine is the one that has the most serious adverse side effects. I'm not sure about the Oxford vaccine. I'm not sure whether Indians have exhibited serious adverse side effects in large numbers. Not sure about that. But yeah, this is an issue that India repeatedly exhibits. India doesn't do things at scale. Right? We do something and then we just put out a few samples and we're happy with that. So that's one of the core issues that India faces. So that's your answer, unfortunately. Rahul Dunake says, the mass of the Earth is in the ascendancy as millions of tons of meteorites strike the Earth, let's say every year. Then why is the moon receding from the Earth? It should come closer given the Earth's increasing mass. Okay, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure if the Earth absorbs millions of tons of meteorite material every year. Maybe it's about 50,000 tons, perhaps. I'm pretty. We will fact check that. I'm pretty sure it's not millions of tons. I'm pretty sure it's around 40, 50, 60,000, maybe, probably, most likely less than 100,000 tons per year, which includes micro meteorites and larger meteorites and so on. So my gut feeling is telling me it's less than 100,000 tons per year. Now the question is Earth, because the Earth is absorbing this material, this quantity of material every year, does it mean the Earth's mass is increasing? I'd say no. I'll tell you why. The Earth is losing a certain amount of atmosphere every year. And not oxygen, carbon dioxide, the heavier gases, nitrogen. Excuse me. The Earth is losing the lightest elements from its atmosphere every year. Hydrogen and helium. And I'm sure the quantity of hydrogen and helium the Earth loses every year from its atmosphere exceeds the amount of meteorite material it absorbs. So let's fact check that, okay? Let's do that. So let's see if I was wrong or right. How many tons of meteorite material does the Earth absorb per annum? And how many tons of atmospheric gases, mainly hydrogen and helium, does the Earth lose every year? Please give the best approximations. The Earth absorbs about 40 to 50,000 tons. There you have it. Cosmic dust and meteorite material per year, and loses approximately 95,000 tons of hydrogen and 1,600 tons of helium annually to space. So the Earth, essentially, this is what's happening. The Earth absorbs about 50,000 tons, let's say, of external material, cosmic dust and meteorites and micrometeorites and so on. 50,000 tons, and the Earth loses approximately 100,000 tons, let's say, of gas, hydrogen and helium mainly, right? So that means that the Earth is losing in total about 50,000 tons a year. So the Earth is losing mass. Okay, so that explains why. That's one part of the explanation why the moon is slowly, gradually receding away from the Earth. And there's other explanations also, the rate at which the Earth rotates and so on and so forth. Yeah. So there you have it. Okay, let's take some other questions. Do we have any other interesting questions before I get into the super chats? Let's see. Bobby says, Mera Sun, Venus, Mercury, first house mein hai. Mercury is slight combust. What does it mean? I don't. Astrology, I'm not the guy for that, okay? If you ask me astronomy, I can answer. Astrology, I have absolutely no idea. Very sorry. Prasad says, what do you think about Yajnadevam Indus script deciphering? Did he actually decipher? I think he's done a very good job. What he has done is his name is Bharat Rao, by the way. He has appeared on my podcast. The entire video is there on this channel. Just search for Yajna, search for Indus script. So what he has done is that he has treated this as a cryptography problem. He's used cryptography techniques to decipher the Indus script. So I think it's a very logical way of doing it, right? The question is, has this been widely accepted thus far? The answer is no. There's plenty of people who say that there's something or the other wrong with what he has done, but they're not able to point out what exactly he has done wrong, right? What is wrong about his methodology or whatever. So what happens is that when a new breakthrough happens, it takes time. It sometimes takes decades for it to be widely accepted. What needs to be done is that this needs to be eventually at some point in time peer reviewed scientifically, not by non-scientists, but by scientists, by computer scientists and so on. It needs to be peer reviewed, and then we'll see. Yeah. So I think overall it's a very promising it's very promising work that he has done. Yeah. Okay. Right. What other questions do we have before I get into the super chats? Let's see. Let us see. Okay, let's take some super chats now, right? Okay. Varinder Marwa says, Jammu and Kashmir happened yesterday. What's coming? There was some sort of a terrorist attack yesterday, right? In Jammu and Kashmir. Unfortunately, a couple of people at least lost their lives in this terror attack. So, yeah. So the question is, what's coming now? How will India respond to this? Because last year, after Operation Sindoor was halted, I would say prematurely, the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, came on, gave an address to the nation. He was visibly angry. And he said that India's doctrine has changed now. India will treat any act of terrorism as an act of war. Now, if there is terrorism that occurs, if there's a terror attack that occurs in Jammu and Kashmir, that comes from Pakistan. I don't think we need to prove that to anybody. So this is a terror attack that has originated in Pakistan. So are we going to treat this terror attack as an act of war and resume Operation Sindoor? That's the question. And then the question occurs, at what point does something become an act of war? If one person, let's say, hypothetically, is killed in a terror attack, is that an act of war? Or do you need 5 to be killed or 15? At what threshold will the government of India decide that this is an act of war and we need to respond militarily? So that's what Pakistan is testing right now. You test, how will they test it? How are they testing it? They're testing it using these small scale pinprick attacks. Nothing massive, nothing like Pulwama, Pahalgam, Uri. No, small scale. To see what India's threshold is. Right? Now, and that's the conundrum for India. At what threshold do we say that this is war? At what threshold do we say that, you know what, it's not enough for us to start a new military conflict? So if you ask me, I would say there'll be a cleanup operation, there'll be a crackdown on terrorists wherever they may be hiding in Jammu and Kashmir, and they'll be taken out by the armed forces of India. But I don't see a resumption of Operation Sindoor as a consequence of what happened yesterday. Most likely it won't happen. Yeah. So the government of India has officially said that our doctrine has changed. Now any act of terror is an act of war. And yet behind that signaling, there's going to be a calibration, there's going to be a threshold as to at what scale is the government of India going to decide that this is now an actual act of war. One or two people getting affected here and there may probably not meet that threshold, unfortunately. Yeah. You see, this is how it works. Sadly, in international affairs, human lives are statistics. For individuals, for people, for citizens, each human life is precious. But when you are leading a country of 1.4 billion, you have to look at numbers and you have to keep emotions out of it. Right? So that's the thing. The question is, even if, let's say, the government of India decides that this is now an act of war, and we do take military action, what is going to be the objective of the military action? Give another couple of slaps to Pakistan, launch a few more missiles, and that's it. And what does it change in the geopolitical equations, the balance of power? Nothing much, right? What did Operation Sindoor change overall? Nothing. To be very honest, what did Operation Sindoor change geopolitically in the balance of power between India and Pakistan? Nothing. Pakistan has repaired all of its air bases. Pakistan must have replaced its radars by now. So the point is, if you launch a military campaign, it needs to have very clear objectives. And the next time India launches a military campaign against Pakistan, territory must change hands. Otherwise, it's pointless, it's futile. Right. Krunal says, not every long stitched belted coat with trousers is a modern subcontinental Salwar Kameez. The defining loose ankle gathered shalwar cut belongs to the Persian shalwar tradition, unlike Kanishka's straight kushan riding trousers. There's no question here. There's a statement, there's an assertion that you're making. How would you like me to respond to this? You're making an assertion, okay. The defining loose ankle gathered shalwar cut belongs to the Persian shalwar tradition. Okay. And how far back does it go? The Persian shalwar tradition, how far back does it go? Would you like to see something? Shall we see something? Let me show you something about the Persian clothing tradition. Let's see something. Yes, I shall take you to my Instagram profile. We're going to have to dig a little deeper because this is something I posted a couple of years ago. Let's see. This is my Instagram profile. And let's go down. We're going to have to dig deep because this was from a couple of years ago. And there's a lot that I've posted in recent times. Lots of collaborations and whatnot. It's going to take a while for me to dig this out. The point is, the Persian tradition of clothing, at what point in time did it acquire the Salwar Kameez tradition? I don't think the Salwar Kameez is a traditional Persian dress. I'm not sure about that because I can give you an example. That's the point. Let me, this is loading real slow. It's loading really slow, but let me find the thing. Let me find it. Will it load? Let's see. I have a very relevant post somewhere on this Instagram account. Let us see. This is pretty recent. This is from this year, right? This is very much from this year. Give me some time. This is from the end of last year. So many posts I've put out. Okay. Right. Please bear with me. I am determined to find this. I'm determined to find it. Where is it? That's a lot of collaborations here. Neuralink and whatnot. Is it here? Okay, we have reached Operation Sindoor. This is from before Operation Sindoor. Let us see. This is with Ranveer. Let us see. Are we reaching close? Let us see. Here we have it. Finally, I found it. Take a look at this. Okay. What does it say? This is a coin of the Persian ruler Wahbarz from around 200 to 164 BC. This is a coin of the Persian ruler Wahbarz from around 200 to 164 BC. This coin depicts the king slaying a Yavana soldier, a Greek soldier. The question is, what garment does the Persian king wear below his waist? Is he wearing a Salwar Kameez? What is this garment he's wearing below his waist? Is it worn anywhere today? Yes. Is this garment still worn somewhere today in some part of the world? Is it a Salwar Kameez? It is not a Salwar Kameez. So this is the Persian clothing tradition from around 2200 years before today. The Persian king, at least in warfare, did not wear a Salwar Kameez. Isn't that interesting? He was wearing a dhoti. It's a dhoti. What do you call the garment he's wearing? There's only one name for this garment. It is a dhoti. It is not the Salwar Kameez. So I would disagree very strongly that the Salwar Kameez is a Persian tradition. Go to Persia today. Who wears Salwar Kameez today? Go to Gandhar, Afghanistan. Go to Pakistan. Even India, Northern India, etc. People wear Salwar Kameez. The Salwar Kameez tradition most likely came from Eastern Central Asia. Probably it was a Kushan thing. Of course, up north, the weather was very cool. The climate was very cool. So they came into India wearing the Salwar Kameez, but eventually they lightened the fabric. And it eventually, over the centuries, morphed into the light Salwar Kameez, the very, airy, breathable fabrics that you have today. But that's how I see it. Okay, next question. Bhaskar Bandit says, Privyet from Moscow. I'm well, sir. Thank you. We've been discussing EU demographic re-engineering for a while. Recent video of invasion into Spain. We know EU is not sovereign, but people can't be so woke to allow this, or are they? So Ceuta is the place, right, in Spain, where you had this what some people are calling an invasion. Where is Ceuta? Let's go to the map and find out where is Ceuta. In Spain, by the way, in Spain. So let's open the map. Here is map. Yes, we will go to Spain. This is España. And the thing is, it's not actually in Europe. It's here, Ceuta. It's actually in Africa. And the nation that it abuts is Morocco. So you have this little portion, this little tip of Africa over here. That is Spanish territory. If you click here, it will say Spain, Ceuta, Spain. Okay. And it shows the border as with a dashed line, which probably indicates some kind of border dispute. Maybe Morocco claims this territory as Moroccan territory. Well, from Morocco's perspective, are they right? I don't know. You tell me. This is in Africa, isn't it? It's not in Spain, actually. It's not in Europe. Okay, let's not say it's not in Spain. It's not in Europe. It is in Africa. So why does Spain have a territory in Africa? That's the question. Now, coming back to the main point, it is officially Spanish territory. And what's happened is that thousands of people have apparently invaded this territory from the neighboring region, which is Morocco. Thousands of people, maybe tens of thousands of them. Invasion into Spain. So it's an invasion in Africa itself, but yeah, it is Spanish territory. These are the facts. Now, how should we approach these facts? How should we think about this? Should we take the moralistic approach, or should we take a realistic approach? from a moralistic perspective, look, there are great people who are saying this is an invasion of Spanish territory. Invasion of Spanish territory. Elon Musk is saying it's an invasion by zombies or whatever he said. Well, technically, legally, I suppose it is Spanish territory. Maybe there's a territorial dispute. Let's find out if there is a territorial dispute. Let's find out. Does Morocco claim Ceuta, the Spanish territory near Gibraltar? Is this a territorial dispute between the two countries? Yes, Morocco does claim Ceuta. It's an ongoing territorial dispute between Morocco and Spain. Morocco views the coastal territory as occupied land and has periodically called for its return to Morocco alongside the nearby enclave of Melilla. Okay. And Spain says that this claim is wrong and Ceuta is an integral part of the Spanish state and the European Union. Spain has held this since the 17th century, which means this is a vestige of Spanish colonization and occupation of Africa. It's a leftover of that. Like Goa was for a while held by the Portuguese, and India had to kick them out through military action. So from that perspective, an anti-colonial perspective, a moralistic perspective, it would be correct to say that, you know what, Ceuta or this territory it's actually in Africa. It's never been a European territory historically for thousands of years. The Spaniards took over this place around the 17th century. It's obviously colonization and foreign occupation. So from that perspective, Spain should give it back. And if the Africans are taking it over, from that perspective, they are right, okay, from a moralistic perspective. But I am a realist. From a realistic perspective, I'm also a moralist. So let's take both approaches. We took the moralistic approach. Now let's take the realistic approach. Legally, etc., technically, etc., it is Spanish territory, occupied territory or whatever. It still is Spanish territory, right? Spain still has sovereignty over this territory. So from that perspective, this is an invasion, right? It's an invasion of sovereign Spanish territory. A territorial dispute exists, but it still is sovereign Spanish territory. So there are two perspectives. Now the question is, which is the right perspective? That is for you to decide, I suppose, right? If you were to say that Spain is wrong to hold this African territory, if you were to say that Spain is wrong to occupy this African territory, it's a vestige of European expansionism and colonialism, then you should also say that the Europeans should leave the Americas and Australia. Right. So what is right, what is wrong? That's the question. Which perspective is right? Which perspective is wrong? I would say there's some truth to both perspectives. So yeah, this has happened. There's an invasion of Spanish territory. We know the EU is not sovereign. People can't be so woke to allow this. This is not wokeism. This has nothing to do with wokeism. What action has Spain taken about this? I'm not sure. I've not seen the latest. But if Spain is serious about defending its sovereignty, then Spain should perhaps evict those people. And if it's not going to evict them, then well, it proves that the European nations aren't really sovereign. Yeah. Okay. Meat Butt says, I have been microdosing hell following this CJP drama. How can I learn and stay informed about politics, geopolitics without losing serenity? Thanks, sir. What is microdosing? Let me quickly find out what is microdosing. Is it some substances? What is microdosing? The practice of taking a very small sub-perceptual fraction of a standard dose of a substance. Most commonly psychedelics like psilocybin or LSD, sometimes medications, on a regular schedule without causing intoxication or impaired consciousness. Okay. All right. So you have been microdosing some substance. Okay. All right. Okay. So the question is, how can I learn and stay informed about politics and geopolitics without losing serenity? Uh, uh, you, how to stay informed about what's happening? Politics, I don't know. Domestic Indian politics, I don't follow it, so I cannot tell you about that. Okay. Geopolitics, I can tell you. You must have a list of sources that you consult on a regular basis. And that should be a 360-degree perspective. You should look at American sources, British, French, German, European, Russian sources. You should look at Chinese sources, Japanese, Korean sources, Australian sources, Indian, Pakistani sources. Look at African sources, look at Latin American sources. Create a list of 20 to 30 sources of news, ideally non-paywalled, so that you don't have to pay for every single thing you read. So create a list of sources and consult them on a reasonably regular basis. And understand and be aware of the fact that many of these are gonna give you misinformation. If you're gonna read Pakistani sources, there's gonna be misinformation about India. If you read Chinese sources, there will be most likely some misinformation about India. If you read Western sources, there is guaranteed to be misinformation about India. If you read Indian sources, there's going to be guaranteed colonial perception and aping the West in that, which means there's going to be misinformation in that as well. So you have to still look at what everybody else is speaking or saying about various issues. And you should be aware of the biases each and every one of them has. And from that, and by doing that, by looking at a full 360-degree perspective of what each of them is saying about various issues, about any one particular issue, you can then construct an informed full picture of what everyone is saying and what biases each of them has. And from that, you build your own perspective, your own picture of what actually must be going on. That's how you do it. And you keep your emotions out of it. That's how you don't lose serenity. You keep your emotions out of it. See, the problem with Indians is that most Indians are extremely emotional. Most Indians, for them, the first reaction to any piece of news is emotional reaction. ये कैसे हो सकता है? हम मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे. And that's what your 8 p.m., 9 p.m. debates do to you. It's all about shouting and yelling and that sort of thing. Don't watch those news debates. That's what I would highly recommend. I myself sometimes go on those news debates. And I've also yelled once or twice, probably at Pakistanis. So my point is, yeah, that's what you should do. Don't watch the news, read the news, and keep your emotions aside when you're reading the news. And that way you will not lose serenity, right? Okay. Piyush Sinha says, you had one of the most amazing intros. Thank you so much, Piyushji. Thank you so much. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you found it amazing. Thank you. Abhay Devan says, Rodri, Spain captain and Golden Ball winner, beat Messi in final. Said Messi his favorite and best in history. Okay. Messi won multiple UEFA, UCL, La Liga, Barcelona, FIFA, non-FIFA trophies. Maybe I'm only seeing negative clips. I understand the concern you have that maybe I am being misled because I only consume Instagram reels and whatnot. So I'm watching 30-second clips. You probably are worried that I must be watching 30-second clips on Instagram or Twitter or wherever, and I am only seeing negative stuff about Messi. That's what you're worried, and I appreciate the fact that you're worried about me. But let me explain to you that there's nothing to worry about. I have been watching football probably since 1986. The World Cup in Mexico. Maradona's infamous hand of God goal. I watched it. 1990 Italia 90. I watched it. Okay. Argentina beat Brazil in the semi-final. I think it was 2-0. And Argentina lost to Germany in the final. 1-0. Penalty in the 85th or so minute. Rudi Voller got the penalty for Germany and Andreas Brahme converted it. I watched the 94 World Cup. 0-0 in the final. And then you had Roberto Baggio, the divine ponytail, who shot a penalty high in the sky. Right? I've watched them all. I missed the 2002 World Cup because I was doing cyber coolie work in the US at the time. And there's no football coverage in the US. There used to be none at that point in time. At least I couldn't catch it. I have seen every World Cup since 1986. I have been a long time viewer of football. I don't watch 30-second clips. I did a whole live stream in 2022. Ask Abhijit live stream 4+ hours, in which I did the live stream while watching the 2022 Football World Cup final. I supported Argentina. I was very glad Argentina won. I was sad that Mbappe did not win the trophy despite scoring a hat trick in the final. I understand football. I've been following football for years, for decades. A few little 30-second clips won't fool me. I'm aware of the entire history, the past 30, 40 years. All right? If I have changed my mind about Argentina and about Messi, there has to be a really good reason for it. But I really appreciate the concern. I would invite you to dig a little deeper into football, into the case of Argentina and Messi. Okay. All right. Harshit Jain says, since the US has given nuclear to Saudi, will the UAE seek nuclear from US or China or Russia? Can this curb Iran to some extent and the implications for Gulf? Okay. So what's happened? Has the US given nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia? No. The question is, will they allow Saudi Arabia to enrich fissile material, uranium? Maybe not. We're not sure about that. See, the entire war against Iran was justified by saying that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Iran cannot have a nuclear program, even if it's a civilian nuclear program. Iran can't be allowed to enrich uranium. That's why they launched a war on Iran unilaterally. Now they are allowing Saudi Arabia to do the same thing. They're not giving nuclear warheads or weapons to Saudi Arabia, but they will allow Saudi Arabia to have a nuclear energy program of its own, a civilian nuclear program of its own. And one wonders in what direction that could go potentially, right? You never know. So they haven't given nuclear warheads or weapons to Saudi Arabia, but they have given Saudi Arabia the green light to go ahead with a civilian nuclear program, which obviously can take certain directions, as we know. So that's the first thing. Now we know that, I suppose people will know that there is a rivalry in the Arabian Peninsula, which is the Saudi-UAE rivalry, right? And that rivalry plays itself out in other parts of the world, like in the Horn of Africa. So there's a significant rivalry between Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Now, if the Saudis go ahead with a nuclear program, even if it's a civilian nuclear energy program, will the UAE also want to seek parity? That's the question. Will the UAE seek something similar from the US or China or Russia? So, and can this curb Iran to some extent? And what are the implications for the Gulf? See, you are seeing a significant restructuring of the global order. First of all, a bigger picture, let me give you. Islamic NATO is being cobbled up right now. It's being created artificially. Who is creating it? First of all, who is the leader of the Islamic world? The Islamic world doesn't have a leader. None of the Islamic nations has enough strength to be the undisputed leader of the Islamic world. None of them has sufficient strength. So there is no leader of the Islamic world. So if there is no leader of the Islamic world, who is bringing the Islamic nations together? It's the US. The US is the actual leader of the Islamic world. Okay, understand that. And they are bringing these nations together in a variety of ways, including a naval alliance. So, and Pakistan is part of it, and the Saudis and Pakistanis have their own arrangement, a self-defense, mutual defense pact and all that. An attack on one is like an attack on the other, that sort of thing, right? And there is the possibility of Pakistan extending its nuclear umbrella to Saudi Arabia. Pakistan's nukes are obviously, in my view, American warheads, not Pakistani warheads. I can't prove it, but I can't disprove it either. I can't prove it, but I have a brain. Right? So that's being done. And Pakistan may also operationalize some kind of similar agreement military agreement with Qatar, etc. So the US is behind the scenes making all of this happen. Now, this naval alliance that's been created recently, the UAE is not part of it, but Bangladesh is part of it. Nigeria is part of it. Really interesting cobbling up that's happening right now. So the UAE is not part of these arrangements. The UAE is kind of excluded. So what will the UAE do? Will it seek nuclear help from China or Russia? Won't happen. Unacceptable to the US. The US will not tolerate such a thing, that the UAE goes to China or Russia for anything. It will not be allowed. The UAE won't even be allowed to go to India for such things. So, yeah, the UAE, it's not going to get a deal similar to what Saudi Arabia has got. Now, can this curb Iran to some extent, and the implications for the Gulf? The implications for the Gulf is that a new geopolitical balance of power is being created. A whole bunch of nations are being aligned together by a much more powerful external power, which is the US. We will have to see how it goes for the UAE and for Oman as well. Oman is a very strongly India aligned nation thus far. The UAE also has excellent relations with India, and the UAE also has great relations with Israel, by the way. So, and coming back to your question about will this curb Iran? No, it can't curb Iran. Iran has its own source of strength. Its missiles, its drones at massive scale. It's control over Hormuz and so much more. So this, and if Saudis and Pakistanis, etc., go too hard on the nuclear angle, Iran could go nuclear. Yeah, so I don't see this curbing Iran right now. Okay, Prashant Panwar says, your views on the future of Indian IT sector after the rise in AI. I am not very optimistic about the Indian IT sector. The Indian IT sector has never reformed. It has never kept up with the times. It still has this mentality of doing the good old labor arbitrage that it used to do in the 1990s and 2010s. That era is gone. That era is gone, right? Labor arbitrage by by leveraging the scale that India has, the scale of cheap labor, cheap and reasonably skilled labor that India has. That's what India's IT industry leveraged all these years. That model is dead. You are seeing Indian IT companies losing contracts now. The future isn't great unless the Indian IT sector totally reorients itself, becomes AI centric or whatever. But what AI centric will they? How will they become AI centric? How? We will need Indian AI models and systems for that. We don't have any, apart from Sarvam. Sarvam seems to be good. But is it at par with the frontier models that the Americans and Chinese have? I'm not sure thus far about that. And you can't rely on just one AI company. You need multiple companies, right? So the future doesn't look bright to me. I hope I'm wrong. Chill Panda says, is buying iPhone 17 just for gaming worth it? In my opinion, no, it's not worth it. No. Piyush G says, why is Trump forcing Pakistan to join the Abraham Accords? I mean, what thing does Pakistan have to offer to Israel that they cannot do covertly and needs diplomatic relations established to do that? Is Trump forcing Pakistan to join the Abraham Accords? I'm not sure. Is he doing that? Let me find out. Has that happened? Has Donald Trump asked Pakistan to join the Abraham Accords? Yes, he has asked Pakistan, along with several other Muslim majority nations, to join the Abraham Accords as a mandatory part of a broader regional peace and settlement framework regarding Iran. May 2026. Okay. Khawaja Muhammad Asif pushed back against the push. Pushed back against the push. Okay, so Trump wants, see, like I said a while ago, a few minutes ago, the US is creating a new coalition, a new bloc of Islamic nations, Muslim majority nations, kind of like an Islamic NATO. That's what he is doing. And obviously, he wants them to be aligned with Israel. He wants them to be aligned with Israel because the US is Israel's number one supporter, number one ally. The US gives unconditional support to Israel for every single geopolitical issue. And that's why Trump would want Pakistan to join this. And you know what? Pakistan has no choice. Pakistan will join it if Trump insists. Khawaja Asif, who is he to say no to Trump? He should be careful, right? So, looks like the US wants to create a formal bloc of nations, Islamic nations, Muslim nations that are aligned with the US and with Israel's interests. And there's nothing these countries can do about that. Why is it that they can't do anything about this? Let's take the case of the Gulf nations: Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and so on and so forth, Kuwait. These nations, they depend on the US for protection. They depend on the US for their security, for their safety. It's true that during the war against Iran, the US did not quite uphold its end of the responsibility. The US seemed to be interested only in safeguarding Israel. And it kind of left these other nations to fend for themselves, right? That's kind of what happened. And yet, they have no choice but to go along with what the US says. Why is that? Because these nations are dictatorships. They are monarchies. And the continuation of the dictatorship is contingent on the US supporting it. Who ensures, who guarantees the safety of the ruling regime against its own people? The US. So they have to do whatever the US tells them to do. The same applies to Pakistan. Why is Pakistan still in one piece? Because of US support. Why hasn't Pakistan disintegrated economically and physically? Because the US ensures it stays together. The US ensures that the Pakistani military remains relevant and so on. The moment the US is no longer interested in Pakistan, Pakistan crumbles. And the Pakistani generals and the military leaders and all rulers, they get benefits that obviously you will not see, right? Bank accounts and so on. Why will they give that up? So that's why these nations will do whatever they're told. Piyush Ji says Hamas finally agreed to disarm. Without Iran's approval, it is impossible. Has Hamas distanced themselves from Iran and acting independently out of Iran's axis of resistance so that the US spares them? Okay, has this happened? Let's find out. Has Hamas agreed to disarm itself? Conditionally agrees to disarm. Gaza Board of Peace announces Hamas disarmament agreement. Under the agreement, Israel would have to withdraw from Gaza, but Palestinians remain skeptical. So when did this 31st July, that's like yesterday. Hamas says it has agreed to a deal aimed at fully ending Israel's war on Gaza, including making provisions to disarm and surrender its weapons in stages. Under the agreement, Israel must withdraw its forces over a period of time. This agreement was announced late on Thursday, by US President Donald Trump after the US-led Board of Peace and International Stabilization Force for Gaza announced mediators from Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, and the US had finalized a roadmap for this next phase of the ceasefire. Israel has not publicly agreed to the latest proposal, and Hamas has said it will not implement any part of the deal unless Israeli forces fulfill their own obligations to withdraw from Gaza under the agreement. Okay, so this is a conditional thing that Hamas insists that Israel must first withdraw from Gaza, and then they will disarm and lay down their weapons in phases, in stages, or whatever. That's a pretty complex thing. I mean, the Americans had this MOU with Iran, right? Memorandum of Understanding. What happened to the Memorandum of Understanding? It disintegrated. It collapsed. The war is back on, low intensity at least, right? So this is okay. I mean, this agreeing to disarm under a set of conditions, that is under a set of conditions. The core condition is that Israel must withdraw from Gaza. Will Israel withdraw from Gaza? I am a little skeptical about that, right? But let's say, so I think that Hamas has not done this independently of Iran. I think Iran and Hamas and everybody else is highly skeptical that Israel will do any such thing, like withdrawing from Gaza. Yeah. So, yeah, you agree to something on the condition that Israel withdraws and knowing that Israel most likely won't withdraw. So, no one can blame you then, right? You can say that, you know what, I tried. We want peace and we tried for peace, but Israel hasn't held up their end of the bargain or whatever. That's what they can claim. So, I don't think this is happening independently of Iran. I'm sure that Iran is involved at some level in consultations with Hamas. And I am highly skeptical about this deal, this disarmament deal going ahead. I'm highly skeptical about that. Deepak says, reservations, your thoughts? RHA. I strongly oppose reservations. It's not the first time I'm saying this. I must have said it 100 times before. A nation that is not based on merit is a nation that is doomed to fail. You must have merit in India for India to achieve its full potential, its true potential. Reservations, if you want to have reservations, they should be given on the basis of a family's economic and financial condition, not on the basis of so-called caste. If you do reservations that way, I'm okay with that. But that too should not be forever. Should be for 20 years maximum. In those 20 years, the politicians better set the country in order. So I strongly oppose reservations on the basis of your birth, so-called caste or whatever. I oppose that. V Karma says, would like to know your views on ITER. What is ITER? What is ITER? Let's find out. What is ITER? What is that? ITER is a massive nuclear fusion research project backed by 33 nations. China, the EU, India, Japan, South Korea, Russia, and the US. Located in Saint-Paul-les-Durance, France. It aims to build the world's largest magnetic confinement pass tokamak reactor, okay, to prove the feasibility of fusion energy. The goal is to produce 500 megawatts of fusion power from 50 megawatts of input heat, a Q factor of 10. Location, Cadarache, southern France. Construction began in the 2010s. The core tokamak assembly is ongoing through 25-26, targeting first plasma in 2030s. Okay, that's one. And ITER Bhubaneswar, Institute of Technical Education and Research. Yeah. Okay, this is an interesting. If you're asking about the tokamak project, I think it's interesting. I wasn't aware of this. It's okay. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully, it achieves the Q factor it seeks. Let's see. Piyush Ji says, if it doesn't matter who is the president of the US, then why is the deep state waiting for the midterm elections to decide what to do with Iran in the upcoming weeks? If Trump loses, will he retreat eventually? Look, forget about the existence of the deep state for a second. Let's not call it the deep state. Let's call it the establishment. So the US establishment is permanent. It is unelected. It is always there, no matter who is the president, no matter what party the president may be from. The question is the US establishment actually waiting for midterm elections to decide what to do with Iran? No. They're out of options when it comes to Iran. They can't defeat Iran. They have lost the war to Iran. The midterm elections will make no difference in the outcome of the situation vis-a-vis Iran for the US and Israel. It will make no difference. The US is out of options. It has lost the war. Something you have to realize, the war is lost. The US has lost the war to Iran. Okay? That's the situation. There's nothing to do with the elections or whatever. They'll make it sound like, we are considering our options and we will see what happens in the elections to decide politically what thing is the most favorable and so on. That's blah, blah, blah. That's BS. That's a narrative that is being used to hide the fact that the US has suffered a catastrophic military defeat to the US, to the Iranians. Okay? And yeah, so that's the thing. Shrishti Siliguri says, can you please explain antimatter rocket, fusion ramjet vehicle, and laser-driven light ship in simple words? If not three, please explain at least one. Why not explain all three? Good fun. Yeah. So, what's an antimatter rocket? There's no antimatter rocket anywhere in the world today. But theoretically, it's feasible. It's possible. What's the core fundamental principle behind an antimatter rocket? To understand that, we have to understand what is antimatter. Antimatter is a kind of matter in which the quantum numbers are opposite, essentially. To make it very simple, and it's a mirror image of regular matter. So what is regular matter made up of? Everything that we see around us, what is it made up of? It's made of atoms. What are atoms made of? Protons, neutrons, electrons. And we'll not go deeper into that. There are quarks also, but we'll stick to protons, neutrons, and electrons. So antimatter, so a proton has a certain mass. It has a charge of +1, let's say. A neutron has a very similar mass as the proton, almost the same, slight difference, and it has no charge. It is electrically neutral. And the electron is much lighter than a proton and neutron. It has a charge of -1. Okay? Proton +1 charge, neutron 0 charge, electron -1 charge. In antimatter, you have antiprotons, antineutrons, and anti-electrons, positrons. An antiproton has the same mass as a proton, but it has a negative charge. A neutron has the same mass as a neutron. It has the same neutral charge, but it has flipped quantum numbers. We'll not go into what that is, but yeah, it's in a way different. It's in a way the opposite of a neutron. And a positron has the same mass as an electron, but it has a positive charge instead of a negative charge. When matter and antimatter come together, they annihilate each other. And the output is just pure energy. Pure energy. And a tremendous amount of energy. How much energy? E equals mc squared, that much energy. So if a proton and antiproton come together, then the energy output is equal to mc squared, where m is twice the mass of a proton or an antiproton, multiplied by the square of the speed of light. That's a pretty vast amount of energy. So if you have 1 gram of matter and 1 gram of antimatter, okay, I'll not do the calculations. I'll ask the AI to do it. What's the energy output in joules and in tons of TNT when 1 gram of matter and 1 gram of antimatter annihilate each other? Quickly. So it's 10⁻14 joules of energy. That's about 43 kilotons of energy. Okay? When 1 gram of matter and 1 gram of antimatter annihilate, you have an output of 43 kilotons of TNT, which is 3 times the explosive energy of the Hiroshima atomic test. 1 gram of matter, 1 gram of antimatter. Roughly 3 times the output of the Hiroshima test. Okay? So if you have matter and antimatter, and if you annihilate them, it can certainly power a rocket, if you can do it in a controlled manner. That's the principle behind an antimatter rocket. Antimatter costs trillions of dollars per gram. It's very rare, extremely rare, and extremely hard to confine, because you have to confine it in pure vacuum. It should not touch the walls of the container, otherwise it kaboom, right? So that's antimatter. Fusion ramjet vehicle. Fusion ramjet. Fusion. So ramjet is essentially no, that's a scramjet. Ramjet is fusion ramjet. So fusion is where you have nuclear fusion, when you take 2 atoms of very light elements together and you fuse them together, and you fuse the nuclei together, and if you are successful in doing that, the energy output is incredible. And that's the principle behind a thermonuclear bomb. Fission fusion 2-stage or even 3-stage nuclear weapon. That's a fusion bomb, and that's an uncontrolled fusion reaction. Everybody sees fusion every day. If you look at the vicinity of the sun is a massive fusion reaction going on. So if you can harness the fusion and control it, you can have a rocket or or an engine that is similar to a ramjet engine. That, an example of a ramjet engine is the kind of engine you have in the BrahMos missile, right? So even this is theoretical. Nobody has been able to have proper fusion on the planet, and once you have fusion, you need to be able to control it. So that's far in the future. Laser driven light ship. There is something called radiation pressure. Okay, light is made of photons. Photons carry momentum. So a photon hitting a light sail, a thin sheet of metal, actually exerts pressure against the sheet of metal. So if you have sunlight, impacting a very thin sheet of metal, it's going to exert a pressure. It's going to make that sheet of metal go forward, and that can drive a spacecraft. So if you have lasers, high-powered lasers, and you shine them on a sail of that sort of material, it can accelerate a spacecraft to very high speeds, potentially 20-30% of the speed of light. So that is a laser-driven light sail spacecraft. All right, all three explained. Interesting questions. Pranay Kumar says, what is the source of intentions and movement? Human will. Yeah. Human psychology, human needs, desires, wants, all of that is the source of intentions, and intentions give rise to movement. If you are an active, proactive person, if you have intentions, you're going to go and make it happen. If you are a highly agentic person, if you have high agency. So the source of intentions and movement and all is your deep, deep desires and wants and your personality and your psyche. That's, I suppose, what it is. Okay. Abhay Singh says, did you hear about the French Rafale pilot getting arrested for selling out to the Chinese? Is it possible that he might have given some technical info to the Chinese that helped Pakistan in Operation Sindoor? Okay, I haven't heard about this French Rafale pilot who got arrested. Let's find out. Did a French Rafale pilot get arrested for selling information to the Chinese government? Oh, no. A former French Navy Rafale pilot named Pierre-Henri Chouet has been detained, formally charged, and placed under judicial investigation in France on suspicion of passing sensitive military information and training personnel connected to China. He previously flew Super Éteinard and Rafale M jets of the aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle. He's facing accusations of disclosing national defense secrets and intelligence agencies with a foreign power. His home was searched. He was placed under judicial supervision following an investigation into unauthorized trips to China in 2018 and 2019. The investigation follows public scrutiny of his commentary praising Chinese combat aircraft and criticizing Indian Air Force Rafales. Well. Okay, so is it possible he might have given some technical information to the Chinese that helped Pakistan in Operation Sindoor? It's possible. It's possible, yes. That's all I can say. It is possible. I'm not saying that something happened in Operation Sindoor and India lost some Rafales or whatever, like Donald Trump claims. I have no such information at my disposal. But it's possible this individual, may have passed on some technical information to the Chinese about the Rafale jets. He flew the maritime version of the Rafale jet, which is the Rafale M, which is close enough version of the standard Rafale. So it's possible he might have passed on some technical information to the Chinese for money. It's possible. Okay, Piyush G says, why is Spain holding up that small part of northern Africa when they know that illegals might cross that border easily, and once they enter Spanish territory, it becomes difficult to distinguish. It becomes difficult to distinguish what? A Spaniard from an African? I think it's not that hard to distinguish. But okay. Why is Spain holding on to that? Why did the Portuguese hold on to Goa until we launched the military operation? These former colonial powers still want to hold on to their colonial possessions. That's why they're holding on to it. Any nation that holds any territory will not want to give it up. Does China want to give up Tibet? Does China want to give up Aksai Chin? Nobody wants to give it up. What they have. That's why Spain is holding on to whatever it has still held on to thus far. and they'll try their best not to give it up to Morocco. That's the reason why nobody gives up what they have. Varinder Bharwa says, why don't we have swastika in the Indian flag instead? Because India is a socialist secular republic. We are not a Hindu nation, right? We are not that. I suppose that's why. India is a nation that disowns all symbols of its culture. It's a miracle that we have the Ashok Chakra in the flag of India. Now, India has not been a nation that practices Buddhism for 2000 years. And yet we chose a symbol of an emperor who promoted Buddhism, the Ashok Chakra. Why not the swastika? Why the three colors in the Indian flag? Why not the historic flag of India, which flies on top of every temple? Why not the flag of Maharaja Ranjit Singh? What did his flag look like? Right? Why not the flag of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj? Why this tricolor? And why not the swastika? Because India is a mentally colonized nation. That's why. IMV Dhruv says, even after having 4,000 crore budget and hiring D-Neg Nitesh Tiwari, why aren't they able to pull Hollywood level VFX? And dare I say the casting looks way off. Sita ji, Kaikai, Lakshman are all looking average. You're talking about the new movie Ramayan. First of all, let me say that I am not going to be watching that movie. I will not be watching that movie. Why would I? The characters don't look like divinities. If you remember the old Mahabharata, the TV serial version of Mahabharata, those characters were so incredibly well cast. Nitish Bharadwaj looked like a Sakshat version of Shri Krishna, didn't he? If you watch the old Ramayan, Arun Govil was Sri Ram. Naina Balsavar was Sita ji, and so on. They truly embodied those divine characters, didn't they? And you have big beef guy playing Lord Ram. Look, I have nothing against him wanting to eat beef or whatever. That's his personal life, nothing against that. But is he not the right guy to play Sri Ram? And who's that lady who's playing the role of Sita? I mean, if you read the description of what Sita ji looked like in Valmiki's Ramayan, you know exactly what she looked like, what her facial features were like. This actress who's playing Sita, she doesn't have any of those characteristics. She's not the right person to be cast in the role of Sita. So, I'm not watching this movie. You know, they're doing to our culture what the Hollywood guys are doing to Greek culture. Odyssey. Helen of Troy is played by an African origin lady. What are you doing? I have nothing against African origin people. Some of them are the fantastic actors, no question about that. But you don't cast an African person in the role of a Greek lady. You don't do that. Right? It's wrong to do that. Lupita Nyong'o was cast as Helen of Troy. What? I mean, what are they doing? And that's the kind of thing that these people are doing with Ramayan. So I haven't watched the trailer. I hear people complaining about the trailer. I haven't even bothered to watch it. I am not watching that movie. I'm not doing it. I have better things to do with my time. Yeah. And VFX and all. Why do you need VFX? I mean, some VFX obviously will be inevitable, but we have the best VFX companies in India. VFX for Hollywood is done from India, right? Virtual effects and whatever, special effects. But Indian movies, they have subpar special effects and so on. I'm not watching it. I'm not wasting my time watching this movie. There was another movie recently that came out that also was about the Ramayan, right? Some other actor played the role of Ram. He was constantly angry. He had this angry, enraged look, outraged look all the time. Shri Ram was a serene person. And this guy looks angry. I mean, come on. So I'm not wasting my time with this stuff. Absolutely not. Somalia Paul says if Houthis is 40% controlled, why not be the country? What? If Houthis is 40% controlled, why not be country? I'm not sure what you are asking. If Houthis is 40% controlled, why not be country? You're talking about Yemen, obviously, but what is the question you're asking? Is 40% of Yemen controlled by Houthis? So is that why? So why is not that part of Yemen not a different country? Yemen, I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. So since I'm not clear, I won't be able to answer this question. Please, a little bit of clarity will help. If you want me to answer your questions, please. Chirag Avasti says, if a Ukraine-Iran war breaks out, how might it reshape the global conflict? Can Iran afford another war? And how would India balance its ties with Russia, Iran, the West, and other strategic partners? India has no strategic partners apart from Russia, by the way. Now, yeah, they're trying to bring the wars together, right? Zelensky struck an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. Then let's see the map to understand the audacity of what this guy is up to. Zelensky. Let's take a look at the map. We're talking about the Caspian Sea, not the Black Sea. Okay, the Caspian Sea. So look, Ukraine. This is where Ukraine is. This is where Kiev is, and Ukraine is a nation that sits ashore. Let's say the Black Sea. Okay, the Caspian Sea is all the way here. This here is the Caspian Sea. Okay. And a large part of Iran, it borders on the Caspian Sea. So it is normal, it is natural for Iranian ships and vessels to sail in the Caspian Sea. Right? So Ukraine sent a drone all the way from Ukrainian territory and it hit an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. The audacity. What is Zelensky trying to do? He's trying to bring the two conflicts together. That's what he's trying to do. Zelensky or whoever is actually, taking the decisions in Ukraine. Zelensky obviously is just a puppet of whoever actually is the decision makers. So Iran said, we're gonna teach Zelensky a lesson. We will have to target Kiev, and Iran can target Kiev. The Iranian missiles have the range to target Kiev. Let's say you launch a missile. Let's say the distance between Tehran and Kiev. It's about 2,300 kilometers. So Iran can certainly launch missiles that will hit Kiev if they want to. And then there was some diplomacy and whatever. And then Iran said that, you know what? Okay, at this point, we will not attack Kiev, but it should not happen again. So Ukraine is trying to play this nasty role of trying to expand the conflict and bring the two conflicts together. So if a Ukraine-Iran war breaks out, how might it reshape the global conflict? It expands. So you have Russia and Iran on one side, and Ukraine and the West and the US and the European vassals on the other side. Yeah. And with Ukraine, you also have Israel now. You also have various Gulf nations who are host to various American military activities. That broadens, it widens the conflict. It creates a genuine fracture globally. Right? It accelerates the bifurcation of the global order. It makes the world a much more unstable place. It augments the possibility of something very dangerous happening, bad miscalculations happening. It creates a tremendous pressure on global energy flows, which affects countries like India and China strongly, especially India. So, yeah, can Iran afford another war? I think Iran has made sure it has enough missiles to last a decade or something. And I'm sure they're still building more missiles and drones. Yeah, so, and if this war expands, then Iran and Russia will be fighting together. I think Iran will have no choice in that case to fight the Ukrainians too. Can Iran afford another war? I suppose they can. Yeah, it will not be good for Iran. Obviously, it will cause further damage and destruction to Iran. But what choice do they have? How would India balance its ties with Russia, Iran, the West, and other strategic partners? So, from India's perspective, what strategic partners does India have? India has Russia as a strategic partner. What other strategic partners does India have? You may say Israel. I would disagree to a certain extent. Yeah. India has a good, strong relationship with Israel, but I would not say Israel is a strategic partner of India. Russia is. So what will India do? India will continue whatever policy it has right now. We stay out of it. This is not our war. We urge everybody to make peace and so on. And India will have to diversify its sources of energy in some way or another. Yeah, so that's what India will have to do in that case. Bharat says, should we dig under Nalanda in search of backup texts? No, impossible. Texts are made of paper and parchment and whatnot. They were burned. They're burned. There's no way anything survived that. Yeah. Cavalier says, jobs AI can't replace in the future. Music, one of them. No, music. Have you gone to Suno? There's an AI service called Suno. Suno.ai, whatever it is. It will create outstanding music for you. If you know what to prompt, it will create high quality music for you. And to the untrained ear, it sounds like great music. To the trained ear, if you are a musician, if you have a proper understanding of music, you may be able to tell that this is actually AI music. But for the untrained ear, it will sound great. It won't sound bad at all. So music, I don't know. AI may take our music as well. What can AI not replace? I mean, it can't replace plumbers. It can't replace car mechanics. Bus drivers, I'm not sure. Maybe in 5-10 years, bus drivers, their jobs are safe. Yeah, service, I don't know. Plumbers, carpenters. What else? Some of these jobs AI won't be able to replace. Most of the things will be replaced, especially when robotics and AI come together and robotics reaches a certain threshold. Okay, Somalia Paul says, how are the Houthis getting supply of arms and standing against Saudi like giant? Aren't they afraid will be obliterated by and Iran won't be able to help? The war that the Houthis are facing isn't a new war. Yemen has been under attack and it's been facing war since the 60s and 70s. Yemen has been at war for decades. Maybe it's not that well known. If you see this channel, there is a podcast I did like 3-4 years ago with Professor Isa Bloomy, in which we discussed in depth what Yemen has been facing. So the people of Yemen, they've grown up in a state of war. They were born in a state of war. For them, war is normal, sadly. Are they afraid? They're not afraid. And how are they getting the supplies of arms and whatever? They'll be getting it from various sources. There will be clandestine sources and whatever. Probably from Iran. Maybe some other places too. So they have their sources. They have their supplies. Right? And that's how they're able to stand up. And you know what? They have been bombarded, airstrikes and whatnot by the Saudis, by the Americans, by everybody. They're still fighting. It's been going on for decades and they're still fighting. You can't take the Houthis out. Yemen is a mountainous region, just like Iran, just like Afghanistan. At least not the entire country, but much of it. At least substantial portions of it. So you can't really do much about that. Yeah? Okay. Sylvester Stallone Limited says, are Saudis paper tigers now? Is this good for India? Look, the Saudis are a very serious nation. Okay. They are serious about their survival, about their existence. They understand that oil won't last forever. And that's why they tried to repivot. They tried to pivot their nation towards other things. Did not quite work out. So they're going back to basics. They're doubling down on what the strengths are, which is oil. And, their guarantor of security and survival is the United States. So their future, essentially, long-term future, depends on the United States. And the US is cobbling together an Islamic coalition, an Islamic NATO kind of coalition. And some of the major nations in that are Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Turkey, and so on. very unlikely bedfellows, but that's what it is. Is Saudi Arabia a paper tiger? It's an energy giant. It's a giant in terms of its energy output. Militarily, it's okay. It's not some a nation that can take on India militarily. I don't think they have any intention to do that. Piyush Ji says, is it necessary that to defeat a country militarily, you need to capture its capital? If Russia captures Kiev, but the leadership shifts its capital and continues fighting, what does it mean? It's a good question. What does it take to defeat a country? Do you need to capture its capital? No. What you have to do is you take control of. There are various forms of defeating a country. There's no one way of defeating a country. One way of defeating a country is to flatten it physically, like what the Americans do to, for example, 2003 Iraq. They flattened entire cities. They turned the country into a wasteland and they called it peace. Pax Americana. That's one way of defeating a country. Just flatten it, obliterate it. Yeah. So that's one way of doing it. And of course, the Americans captured Baghdad. Yeah. That's one way of doing it. The second way of doing it is you never capture the capital or whatever. You just render the country useless. Destroy all the electricity generating the electricity stations. You destroy all the rail infrastructure, all the road infrastructure. You destroy the communications infrastructure. You make the country, you make it impossible for the country to remain in one piece. It can't communicate with itself. People can't travel to the other various places. There is no electricity. There's no water. That destroys a country. Yeah. Then another way of doing it is to place it under siege by cutting off all external sources of supplies of whatever, energy, food, whatever you're importing, cut everything off. So there is the old-fashioned siege warfare. That can destroy a country. That can defeat a country. Essentially, to defeat a country militarily, there's these different things. For example, if it is India and Pakistan, does India need to take Islamabad to defeat Pakistan? No. If India can engineer the breakup of Pakistan, it's defeated without India ever needing to step foot inside Pakistan. So there's various ways of doing it. There's no one way. There are multiple ways of defeating a country. India can defeat Pakistan without ever sending a soldier across the LOC or the international border, simply by from afar engineering the breakup of Pakistan. That's a victory right there. So if Russia captures Kiev, but the leadership shifts its capital and continues fighting, what does it mean? It means a disaster for Ukraine. It will depend on to what extent it keeps fighting. If Russia takes Kiev, it's like half the country is gone to Russia, right? So whatever remains of Ukraine, if they keep fighting, Russia can ignore them. Or maybe if they're sending drones or whatever, Russia can deal with that. But if Kiev falls, it's essentially a defeat for Ukraine. Okay, Piyush says, same as in the case of Russia, if hypothetically the US attacks Russia from Siberia and captures large portions but doesn't capture Moscow, will that mean a defeat for Russia or only a standstill? If large portions of Siberia are taken by the US, well, that is a major setback for Russia, not necessarily a defeat for Russia, but a major humiliation for Russia, which is as bad as a defeat, right? If you capture major pieces of territory, for example, let's say, I would say it's a defeat. For example, put the shoe on the other foot. If Russia captures Alaska and the US can't take it back, that's a defeat for the US, right? So if the US takes, let's say, 1/3 of Siberia and Russia can't take it back, that's a defeat for Russia as well. Yeah. Somalia Paul says, also, why can't Russia or North Korea sharing nukes with Iran? You don't share nukes just like that easily. You don't. Nukes are sensitive technology. Nuclear weapons are the ultimate weapon. You don't share them, even with your allies. You don't. If you do, you keep them under your control, but you place them on that allies' territory. For example, Pakistan. Most likely the nuclear warheads in Pakistani territory are American warheads. And if they're American warheads, they will not be under Pakistani control. The Pakistani military won't be allowed near those warheads. They'll be controlled by American military personnel and technicians. So you don't just share nuclear weapons with anybody. Avyaya says, what is the path to power? It is very clear that our civilization must be great as it once was. But this radical shift cannot be achieved by the masses. It must be done by an individual. You're right. The masses are an amorphous mass. The masses don't see. You know what? Democracy. You're taught that democracy is everything, and the masses are the ultimate power in a country, and so on. They're lying to you. That's not how power works. What is power? What is political power? Political power doesn't come through influence. It comes through obedience. It comes through control, command, and control. Let me explain the difference between influence and power. Let's say I have 1 million subscribers on YouTube. It means 1 million people think that this guy has something interesting to say sometimes. So we'll pay attention to him sometimes, and sometimes we'll take him seriously. That's what influence means. But if I say, go and do this, they will not obey me. Most of them won't. They'll say, why should we obey you? Now, let's say you have 100 men who are armed to the teeth, who are extremely well trained, and who will obey you without question. That is power. That is power. It's about command and control. Instead of 100, you have 1,000. That's power at a larger scale. Instead of 1,000, you have 1,000,000. That is massive power, right? Power is about command and control. It's not about influence. Soft power is influence, and that's why soft power is pointless. So the path to power is to align the entire nation in one direction towards one mission. That's the path to power for a nation. And that shift can't be achieved by the masses, because the masses are made of individuals who in a country like India have their own agendas. It has to be done by an individual, an exceptional individual. So one hopes such an individual arrives at some point in time. Bharat says, since we have abundant coal, why not build few coal to synthetic diesel Fischer-Tropsch plants for military use, like World War II Germany or South Africa's Sasol? I'm sure it makes sense. The government of India should take this seriously. Yeah, coal to synthetic diesel. We have abundant coal, but we also import coal, right? From Australia's Carmichael mine, the Adani mine, and so on. So it's not like we are completely self-sufficient in terms of coal, but we have large reserves of coal for sure. What is the grade and quality of the coal? I'm not sure, but I'm sure that this is something that the government of India should take very seriously. Yes. Avya says, I have analyzed rigorously how great men have risen individually by the result of their sheer will. However, engineering such conditions that allow such a rise to absolute power seem nearly impossible. They seem nearly impossible, but they have happened repeatedly in world history from time to time. You need a lot of things to go in your favor, of course. You do, right? You need luck. You need other conditions as well for you to rise to power from nowhere through sheer will. But it's happened. It's happened in the past. Entire empires have risen as a consequence. The Maratha Empire is a great example. It arose because of the great deeds of one man, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, right? Of course, his father himself was a military commander. That's a whole story behind it. So you need certain things to be in your favor, and then you can use that as a springboard to rise to greatness. The same applies to the great Emperor Kanishka. The same applies to Chandragupta Maurya, who had something great at his disposal, the mentorship of Vishnugupta Chanakya, and so many examples. So it's possible. It seems nearly impossible. It's rare, but it's possible. Okay. Abhay D1 says, if FIFA favored Messi, why ESPN, International Federation of Football, Sky Sports all named Messi MVP of this World Cup with 8 goals and 4 assists, while FIFA chose Rodri as MVP with 0 goals and 0 assists? Do you understand what an MVP does? What an MVP means? Most valuable player. It's not necessarily the amount of goals or assists that you are responsible for. Defenders can be MVPs. Some of the greatest defenders rarely scored goals. Yapstam, Cesare Maldini, Paolo Maldini, uh, Franco Baresi, who sadly passed away a couple of days ago. One of the great defenders. Rodri is probably a defender or midfielder, right? The contribution of such footballers who play in those roles, it's not visible from a statistical perspective to those who look at goals and assists. But some of these people, their contributions are enormous, monumental, colossal. Look at how many goals a team concedes. If a team consistently concedes very few goals, there is something. It's not just because of the goalkeeper, right? It's because of the defense and the midfield. It all ties together. And typically, there's a captain of defense somewhere, right? Gattuso of Italy, one of the great defenders, wasn't he? How many goals did he score? I wonder. Materazzi scored a couple of goals in 2006, didn't he? Yeah. Anyway, the point is, it's not only about goals. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Okay. Varinder Marwah says, is Mehergarh truly eastern expansion of Zagros farmers? I'm not sure. Look, they have created these artificial categories: ancient ancestral North Indians, ancient ancestral South Indians, Zagros farmers, step this, step that, whatever. So, if you want to understand the origins, let's say, of the people of the subcontinent and the broader, wider subcontinent, which let's say includes Persia, okay? If you want to understand the origins, there's different ways of doing it. Do I have a lens somewhere? There's a camera lens here. Look. See how the perspective changes? See how the perspective changes? Look here. Look. So you can change the perspective by changing your focal length. So let's say you want to understand the origins of the people of the broader subcontinent. Let's say it includes Persia. You can use a 5,000-year horizon. You will get a certain picture. You can use a 2,000-year horizon, 3,000-year horizon. You will get a certain picture. You can use a 10,000-year horizon. You will get a very different picture. You can use an 80,000-year horizon. It will be a totally different picture. So these days, these geneticists, etc., they only focus on a 10 to 12,000-year horizon. And they've created all these artificial categories: ancient ancestral North Indian, ancient ancestral South Indian, Zagros farmers, and whatever else. And using that, they try to ascribe various origins and whatever. Mehergarh is essentially, it is the westernmost part of the subcontinent if you don't include Persia. It's kind of between India and Persia. I'm not saying that. So some people will say that the Sindhu River, Indus, is the historic border between India and Persia. That's not the case. Mehergarh is further west, right, from the Indus River. So that essentially is the easternmost, you could say, a domain of the ancient Saraswati Sindhu expanse of period of our history. So I don't know if it's eastern expansion of Zagros farmers or whatever. The origins of India and Iran, they go way before the Zagros farmers or whatever. What is the ancestry and origin of the Zagros farmers? Let's find that out, shall we? The Zagros farmers did not spring out of the soil of Persia 10,000 years ago. What was their ancestry? Where did they originate? Where did their ancestors come from? Why don't we figure that out, and then all the stories become clearer? Your geneticists won't do that. That's the problem. Okay, Varinder Marwa says, how to get into forensic careers in the West? I'm afraid I don't know the answer to the question. Sorry, that's not something I can answer. Somalia Paul says, everyone tells horse domestication happened in the Eurasian steppe, but Sinoli was proof that India had to. What's your views on it? Sinoli, see, the problem is that some of these people, some of these archaeologists and historians say that Sinoli, it could have been a horse cart. Bullock cart. Bullock cart. Have you seen the Sinoli chariot? Some people say it's a cart, bullock cart or ox cart or whatever. Let's see what the Sonali chariot looks like. Ox carts are made of what? Typically wood, right? Sonali chariot. Sonali chariot. Okay. Let's look at the Sonali chariot, what it's made of. Do we have a detailed image of the thing? Do we have the actual? Yeah, here we have it. Look at this. So if you see here, there is a metallic component. Okay, the metallic component is greenish bluish, right? Which means it's made of copper. And if you go to the museum and examine what this is like, you will see this was not solid metal; it was metal tubing. Metal tubing with hollow sections inside. Tubes. Why metal tubing? Because tubes can be molded and shaped easily compared to solid metal. So the chariot had a superstructure made of metal, copper, and it was not just metal rods, it was metal tubing. It was engineered. Do you know where you find metal tubing in the 21st century? In what kind of vehicles? You find that in Formula One cars and race cars. So the technology that is used in modern day racing cars, it was used in the Sonali chariot, and some people are claiming it is a bullock cart. Are they insane? This was a sports vehicle or a war vehicle, the Sonali chariot. Clearly, it was engineered to be made of metal, which means it is very strong and as lightweight as possible. That's why it was metal tubing. That it was engineered for speed, which means it was either a racing vehicle or a war vehicle. Do you think oxen, bullocks are the right engine for driving a war vehicle or a sports vehicle? Stupidity. It's not stupidity. They're trying to deliberately mislead people, right? So this is proof that we had horses. And look, there's no horse skeleton there, but we had the Shivalik horse. When did the Shivalik horse go extinct? Let's find out. When did the Shivalik horse go extinct? 10, 11,000 years? 600,000 years? No. No, you find horse ribs, etc. in the Saraswati Sindhu region. So, okay, so we had horses in India, okay? And you also have clay figures of horses from the Saraswati Sindhu period. So you had horses in India, okay? The problem is our archaeologists haven't done their job. I'm sure if we do proper archaeological work, we'll find entire horse skeletons and whatnot. Then they will say it's not a horse, it's what, a zebra or something. They'll make weird claims. Anyhow, my point is that this is unambiguous evidence of horse chariots. Right. Bharat says, question 1, 31st July 2026, invasion of Spain. 31st July 1942, Spain exile of Jews. Coincidence? I don't know. I don't know. Coincidence? It's an interesting coincidence if it's a coincidence, yeah? 31st July. Okay. Question 2. Epstein files say Epstein represents Rothschild and Rothschilds funded Hitler destitute. I don't know about that. I haven't really dug deep into the Epstein files. Before the Epstein files could be paid attention to, you had something else happening, the war that they launched on Iran. So that buried the Epstein files story, didn't it? So I don't know about that, really. I haven't looked into it. And the Rothschilds and all, I am not aware of their history. I haven't looked into their history either. Leader of the Free Galaxy says, Honorable Sir advises for a boy turning 20. Advice for a boy turning 20. Be practical. Don't follow your passion. You should have passions and all, but don't imagine that following your passion will give you a great career. Be practical. Find something you're good at, whether you like it or not, and you can build a career on that. And it's okay to change careers or etc. And you should specialize in 2-3 things. There should be a couple of things that you are in the top 1% of the world at. Okay. So you should have certain things that you are really, really good at, better than most people. And those things should be monetizable. There should be something that will give you a great career. Some skills or some package of skills, that sort of thing. Don't settle for low standards in anything, and have fun. Have fun and be practical. Okay, understand that. What does be practical mean? It means earn money, earn good money. Money gives you freedom. Money may not give you happiness, it gives you freedom. It gives you choices, the choice to do whatever you want with your life. So, yeah, it's important to understand that. All right, sir, all the best. Chirag Srinath says, hello, why were all Roman emperors after Augustus titled Augustus? Even though Julius Caesar conquered and added far more territory to the Roman Empire. Okay, Caesar. Yes, Caesar was the greatest of all conquerors, no question. One man who conquered so much land, so much territory, expanded the Roman Empire beyond anything it had, anything like the kind of possessions it had, right? I mean, Caesar conquered Gaul, which is present-day France and Switzerland, all of that. He conquered Iberia, which is present-day Spain. He conquered parts of Britain. Then he comes all the way eastwards, takes Greece. Then he takes Egypt. I mean, incredible, right? What the guy did. And yet, subsequent Roman emperors after Augustus were titled Augustus. Excuse me. It's because Julius Caesar was never emperor. Julius Caesar was never emperor, was he? He would have wanted to become emperor, but he was stabbed. Ides of March, the Ides of March. Beware the Ides of March. But Augustus succeeded in having himself appointed as the emperor. There was a civil war. He had to fight Mark Antony and whatever. But he came out on top. And he ended the Roman Republic and officially started the Roman Empire. And he was the first emperor and one of the great emperors of all time. Roman emperors of all time. So other emperors, they styled themselves after Augustus because Caesar was never an emperor. He was a conqueror. He was a general, one of the greatest generals of all time, but never an actual emperor. And that was the problem. So I suppose that's why it happened. But you will see that subsequent emperors, not of the Roman Empire, but other emperors and kings and pretenders, etc., they styled themselves Kaiser. Yeah. You have the title given in India, Kaiser-e-Hind. So it's not Caesar, it's Kaiser. Gaius Julius Caesar. So you have the title Kaiser-e-Hind, right? Kaiser-e-Hind. That was Caesar. Kaiser. You had other kings and emperors who also called themselves Kaiser, etc. So that title did persist. And after the Roman Empire, it was people who aspired for greatness. They were calling themselves Kaiser, not Augustus, right? So Augustus is a title or a style that persisted after the death of Augustus among Roman emperors. But globally, it was Caesar who was regarded much higher than Augustus. Okay, leader of the Free Galaxy says, great man theory. How to be one? Is it even worth it? It depends. It's not for everybody. It's not for most people. You have to make immense sacrifices to be a great man. One of the great men who will go down in history. Immense sacrifices. You can't have normal pursuits. You can't have leisure. You can't have hobbies. You can't have free time. You can't watch Netflix. You have a single focus, right? If you are to be a great man. The pursuit and accumulation of power. And the use of power for something good, hopefully. Right? How to be one? By acquiring power. That's how you be. That's how someone can be a great man. Who are the great men of history? There's a few. Like we discussed, Julius Caesar, one of the great men. Alexander the Greek. He's one of the great men of history. Kanishka the Great. I would say Rajendra Chola is one of the great men. Who else? Genghis Khan, Shri Genghis Khan, one of the absolute all-time greats. Napoleon, sure, he at the end of the day, he lost, but still a great man, sure. So that's some examples, right? These people had a single-minded pursuit of power and conquest. And not all of them had a good effect on their countries. Napoleon ruined France to an extent, you could say. But yeah, from a Turkish perspective, Ataturk is one of the great men, right? And so on. So you have to be single-minded in your pursuit of power, in the accumulation of power, and the use of power for a greater purpose. Is it worth it? It's not worth it for most people. Okay. The trader says, felt bad after seeing Prime Minister's latest Insta reel about the abuses in protest. Please don't stop these sessions. They are goldmine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, the abuses were, well, that was bad, right? The kind of abuses that were leveled at the Prime Minister and whoever else, that was obviously sad and bad to see, uncivilized and so on. So yeah, you're right. I would agree with you. And I will not be stopping the sessions, certainly. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sankar Chilikuri says, what triggered schwa dropping in Hindi language? Rama. Right? Today we say Ram, but it's actually Rama. There's a at the end. That's a schwa. What triggered this? Well, the upperbranchification of our languages. Upperbranchification means lowering of standards. Right? Sanskrit is an extremely evolved language. You would imagine that as you go back in the past, language will be cruder and simpler, but in India, it's the other way around. Sanskrit is the highest language you can imagine, most evolved language. For example, the word for hand in Sanskrit is hasta. Hasta became hat. The word for eye was in Sanskrit is chakshu. Chakshu became Ankh. The word for fish is Matsya. Today it's Macha or Machli. So you can see the languages have degraded. They have upperbranchified. They have become cruder and lower. Sanskrit is the highest of languages. Right? So the upperbranchification of the languages, the vulgarification of the languages, that is what triggered the schwa dropping and so on that you find in Hindi and various prakrits and so on. Roshan Kumar says, what is Creole of a language? How is it formed? How was it formed? A Creole language is a language that is a mélange. It's a mixture of multiple languages. So we have Mauritian Creole. If you go to Mauritius, the language that's spoken by most people is not French. It's not English, it's not Tamil, Hindi, whatever. It's a Creole language. It's a mixture of multiple languages. The grammar is mostly French, but there's words from all kinds of other languages. There are some English words, there are Hindi words, Tamil words, some words from African languages, all come together and they became Creole. The accent is still French, but the language is not really French. It's based on French, but it's a mixed up language. It's a pidgin language. How is it formed? It's formed by the imposition of external linguistic elements on a people who don't really speak that language, whose native language isn't that, right? So Mauritius, the majority population is Indian, but they were forced to speak French, so they adopted French, but they they also added their own languages to it and so on. That's how it happened. Somalia Paul says, Mesopotamian Iran region is very mysterious and fascinating. Like Illam. No one knows where they came from. Can Illam be the Parshu clan from Rigveda? Mesopotamia and Iran are different, actually. Let me explain what is Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia means the land between two rivers. Okay? That is not Persia. That's west of Persia. Which two rivers are we referring to? Let's go and find out on the map. Mesopotamia, the land between two rivers. Which rivers are these? Sure, Mesopotamia. If you go to Iraq, okay, let's see the satellite image. It's easier to see in the satellite image. There's two rivers here. There's one on the east, one on the west. Okay. So if we zoom in here to the western river, which river is this? Zoom in. Zoom in. What's the name? I want to tell you the name. What sort of map is this? Oh, it's a dam. Okay, let's go further up. Let's see here. What is this? Is the Euphrates. I'm not sure what the native name of this river is, but this is called the Euphrates in English. So you have the Euphrates. Now there's another river here. What is this river? This, of course, will be the Tigris River, right? So you have the Euphrates to the west and the Tigris to the east. The Tigris flows through the city of Baghdad here, okay? And the land between these two rivers, this narrow strip of land between these two rivers, it is kind of fertile, and that's why it's called Mesopotamia. So that's Mesopotamia. You had multiple civilizations that arose and fell in this region over the millennia. The Assyrians, the Sumerians, the Akkadians, and so on and so forth. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. Now, Elam is different. Elam is Iran, right? Historically, Elam was part of Iran. It's this region mostly, Elam, and you had Marhashi, which was to the east. So that's the deal. So historically, if you want to see Elam, let's see Elam. Let's see if we have a map of Elam. Elam. So, like I said, that region is Elam. It was once called Elam. And the major city was Susa, present-day Susa. And Elam was not really, probably not entirely Persian. You know, the Persians came into the region from somewhere. From where did they come is the question. The Persians weren't native to this region. They came into what is now Persia from somewhere else. Where did they come from is the question. And that's a very inconvenient question to ask, because then that raises the question of the origin of the Indo-Iranians. So Elam isn't Persia, most likely. The Parshva people, they came from somewhere else. Yeah. The Parshva clan, one of the clans that was defeated in the Battle of the 10 Kings. The Parshva. Right. Okay. Sarvadnya Kulkarni says, your views about future leadership in BJP. That's that's an Indian politics question, so I'm not any kind of expert in Indian politics. If you were to ask me, I have no idea. Right now, we have Prime Minister Modi, of course, and we have a number of younger leaders who could be the potential future leaders in the BJP. I don't know who it could be. We obviously have we have multiple leaders. We have the Prime Minister, the chief ministers of certain states. When it comes to Maharashtra, it's Mr. Fadnavis. When it comes to Assam, it is Mr. Sonowal. When it comes to Uttar Pradesh, it is Shri Yogi Adityanath ji. Multiple young, significantly younger leaders who are all doing, I suppose, pretty well for their states, which is fantastic. It could be one of these people. I don't know. Could be. Whoever is best should come forward, I would say. Should be elevated whenever Prime Minister Modi decides it's time for him to pass the baton to somebody younger. Right? Okay. Bharat says, my reform ideas: replace humanities with civilizational studies, optimize STEM programs for manufacturing sector, more vocational institutes and reservations. And overall, I would say great ideas. Humanities also play a role, but I agree, civilizational studies. Right? Sociology is actually very interesting, very important. Right? Sociology has a place in the humanities. International relations have a place in the humanities for sure. Right? Civilizational studies, of course, makes sense. History is part of the humanities. Civilization studies is kind of on the intersection of history, sociology, and other things as well. So, right, those things you need to have. I would not say do away with the humanities. No, they are important. They are also needed. But the focus should be in positive directions, not what you have today. Optimize STEM programs for manufacturing sector. Yeah, I would say 80 or 90% of the STEM programs should be focused on engineering. because manufacturing comes from engineering. If you want to bolster, augment, and expand your manufacturing sector, you need engineers. So optimize STEM programs to focus on mostly engineering, but you still need the pure sciences. So maybe 10% of STEM should be the pure sciences, core hard science, theoretical sciences, physics, chemistry, and whatever, biology, etc. But 90% or around 90% should be engineering oriented. More vocational institutes, absolutely, I completely agree with you. And reservations, I agree with you. Yes, overall, I totally agree with you. Chirag Srinath says Sarvam is now building a 1 trillion parameter AI model, which will be ready in 6 months, comparing with GPT-5 of OpenAI and Fable 5 of Anthropic. How do I see this? Fantastic. I very strongly welcome this. Very strongly, quite frankly. No, I am very excited to hear this. I'm glad that there's at least one Indian company that is showing ambition, and it's showing the staying power, the stamina, the willingness to do this. And I hear that they came out with voice models that actually are fantastic in Indian languages and so on. So I would say that's brilliant. So it's great to see this. A 1 trillion parameter AI model is near cutting edge. It's near frontier model. How many? Let's find out how many parameters does GPT-5 have. GPT-5 and Fable 5, how many parameters does each of these models have? They haven't officially disclosed the exact parameter counts. Okay. Speculative industry estimates place GPT-5 roughly around 300 billion to several trillion parameters. Okay. Mixture of experts, architecture. All right. OpenAI is totally private. And Fable 5 to 6 trillion parameters in total. Okay. What about Kimi K3 and DeepSeek, the latest model of DeepSeek? The most capable model. Let's see. Kimi K3 is multiple trillions, I'm sure. Fully open weight, right? So Kimi K3 is about 3 trillion parameters, 2.8 trillion parameters, active 104 billion active parameters per token. Largest open weight model ever released. Okay. 896 total experts, but selectively activates only 16 experts per token. Very good architecture, Kimi K3. DeepSeek is 1.6 trillion total parameters. These are the best open source models that we have. Kimi K3 is the best open source model, right? The largest open source model, open weight model ever released. So if you have Sarvam building a 1 trillion parameter model, that is, you could say, comparable to DeepSeek V4 or something. I would say Sarvam is beginning to catch up. By the time Sarvam is released, the 1 trillion parameter AI model is released, you could have perhaps Kimi K4 or something, which could be, something beyond what we have in Kimi K3 and so on. But I'd say that Sarvam is now in the race. So I would say that this is fantastic. All the best to Sarvam. Great job, and keep doing great. Okay. Sanat says, why is China making AI open source, unlike the US? They are trying to dilute everything the US is doing. They're trying to destroy the American business models. The American business model of the American companies is to keep the models closed source. They don't disclose how many parameters they have and all, and they charge very high amounts of money per token or per subscription. So if you want a world-class subscription of, let's say, GPT, it would cost about $100 or $200 a month, right? And the same thing applies to, I'm sure, a Anthropic, $100 or $200 per month. I think 200 is the maximum you get to pay. And if you are not subscribed to their thing, you can still, do API usage. And I think Fable 5 has the highest API costs. I don't know, $50 per million tokens output. And 15, I don't know what it is exactly, but it's pretty expensive, right? China, what it is doing, it's releasing these AI models, and they are available. They're open source. You can download the weights if you have sufficient storage, or you can access them for a very cheap subscription. They are and the AI models the Chinese are releasing are very much not on par, but almost on at par with the American models. I mean, Kimi K4 is Kimi K3, K4, whichever it is. It's almost as good as Fable in at least certain things. Fable 5 and DeepSeek V4 also. It's pretty good, fantastic, almost at least in certain areas. And these are available for really cheap compared to the American model. So the Chinese are undermining the American business model. They are flooding the market with open source models, open weight models. You can download the weights onto your hard drive, and if you have the hardware, then you can run it on your own without an internet connection. So that's what they're doing. They're trying to undermine and destroy the American business model. Pretty good strategy, I would say. Okay. The Trader says, in one of the podcasts with another YouTuber, you mentioned about Nehru's contribution for the scientific institutions is nothing but just signing papers. But that can be said for the current PM too, right? Is there any underlying meaning for that statement? Asking this, keeping aside all the negatives Nehru did to India, just curious. This can apply to other prime ministers also. Look, if you want to say that a certain prime minister did a tremendous amount of work, okay, tremendous contribution, let's say, to Indian science, then what would it mean? Let's say hypothetically I am prime minister. Okay, let's say hypothetically. I'm not saying I want to be, I'm just saying hypothetically I'm prime minister. And let's say I have the executive power to create new institutions. So I have in my country a third-rate, rotten education system, but I sign orders creating 20 new educational institutions. Then you can say that this guy, he in his tenure as prime minister for 5 years, he created 20 new educational institutions. So I can claim that credit. But did I reform the education system and make it better? No, I just made 20 new institutions that are based on the same rotten education system. What good does it do for the country? If a prime minister genuinely, you want to say, has made big contributions to science or education in India, it will come through reforms, not through building more buildings and institutions. Do you understand the difference? That's the difference. Now the question is, that can be said about other prime ministers also. Yeah. Yes. That can be said about other prime ministers too. Yes. I agree with you. It doesn't only apply to Mr. Nehru. It applies to other prime ministers too. Yeah, I agree with you. You're right. Now, Chat DSP says, hope you received my email wishing Guru Purnima. Can you please share the walking pranayam secret? Please give it away. I have not seen your email wishing Guru Purnima, but thank you so much for sending that, and I'm really grateful for that. I receive a lot of emails every day, and I'm not sure if I can see all of them, but thank you so much. I'm thanking you over here for sending the email. Thank you. The walking pranayam secret, I'll have to make a separate video or something about that. I can't explain it over here right now. It involves multiple steps, and it's not easy to explain right away. So yeah, I should create a video, or I should do something about that will actually give it away properly. Even a video may not do the thing, right? I can create a video, and I'll have to create something else for that. So yeah, that's a great to-do for me, for my list of to-dos. But yeah, thank you. I will do that. Yeah. Okay. Dheeraj Kamath says, I think therefore MI should be banned for Hinduphobia. What happened? I could go and see. I will request the moderator to look into this. I won't be able to find the comments. But yeah, please, moderator, please look into this. Thank you for letting me know, Dheeraj. DSS Sat says, have you read Manu Joseph's Why the Poor Don't Kill Us? Any thought on the book's ideas? I haven't read it. I'm not aware of this book. So I won't be able to give you any thoughts. Why the poor don't kill us? No, I am not even aware of the book's existence, so I won't be able to give you any thoughts on the book's ideas. Sorry about that. Sorry. Richest Pakistani says, why not make primary education fully free for the reservation people? Isn't current reservations essentially giving free cheating ticket at the end? You raise an interesting point here. I have said this on the record multiple times in the past, that in any civilized society, the government should impose taxes on the people. Sure, it should. Reasonable taxes. The government should impose reasonable taxes on the people. And in return for the people paying taxes to the government, in a civilized society, education and healthcare should be completely free. Every citizen should have complete and full access to education and healthcare in a civilized society. You cannot turn something as crucial as education into a commercial sector. You can't commercialize the future of the nation. So India is on the wrong path. We are further privatizing and commercializing the education sector. We are aping the United States because white man is better, right? White man is always right. That's the mental inferiority complex of our leaders. So I would say that not just primary education, the entire education sector should be fully free for those who deserve it. For everybody. Primary free for everybody. Secondary free for everybody. Higher education, if you are deserving of it, you should go for higher education. If you aren't good enough, you should go for vocational education and then go get a job or join some industry. That's how it should be. This should be entirely free in a civilized society, which India clearly still isn't. That's what I would say. Krunal says, Safavid paintings show front opening crossover tunics over Salwar. The Safavids. Modern South Asian Salwar Kameez traces its immediate tailoring ancestor to the Persian garments, not to any generic long stitched robe or heavy coat. The question is this: were the Safavids Persian? The Safavid dynasty came to power when? Was it 1500 AD? I am telling you on the spot. Let's see if my memory is right. Was it 1500 AD or was it 1600 AD? Safavid dynasty, Iran, establishment year 1501. I was off by 1 year. Okay. Safavid dynasty, right? Shah Ismail the First. Now let's see who is this Shah Ismail the First, the founder. Shah Ismail the First. Shahanshah Iran, Murshid Khabil. So this guy, Ismail the First, Shah Ismail the First, was Shah Ismail I Persian or Turkic? Mixed ethnic background with strong Turkic roots. The Safavids were Turks. They weren't Persian. The Turks, their ancestry was from Central Asia. The Kushans were from Central Asia. The Salwar Kameez isn't Persian. It entered Persia with the Turks. Where did the Turks originally wear the Salwar Kameez? I think they inherited that from the Kushans. There is a cause and effect. There's a long causal chain. The original wearers of what we now call the Salwar Kameez were most likely the ancestors of the Kushans, the Tushara people, the Tokharians, most likely. Gaurav Pagare says, in ancient India, youngs used to take leadership roles while olds used to advise them. Now it is reversed for rapid dynamic progress. Do we need that now? It is important that a nation doesn't become a gerontocracy. Old guys, old men, old people overall ruling over the young. Look at the great kings and emperors we had historically. How old was, for example, let's see how old some of the greatest emperors of India were when they took power. How old were the following rulers when they took power? Chandragupta Maurya, Ashok Maurya, Kanishka the First, Kumaragupta, Skandagupta, Rajendra Chola, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Let's see. Chandragupta Maurya was 80 to 25 years old. Ashok Maurya, 34 to 38. No, I think he was much younger. Kanishka, 28 to 49. Kumaragupta, okay. Skandagupta, he was pretty young. Rajendra Chola, 41 as co-regent, 43 as full emperor. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, 44. As you can see, most of them were pretty young when they took power. Right? Skandagupta was a teenager when he defended India. Skandagupta was a teenager when he started defending India against the Huns, the Shweta Hunnas, the Heptalites. How old was Sri Ram when he went into exile? When he returned from exile? Yeah, let's find out. How old was Sri Ram when he returned to Ayodhya from exile? He was 39. So he was 25 when he left, when he should have become king. He was 39 when he returned. As you can see, historically our rulers took power pretty young. Today, so your point is true. Your point is very, very valid. You don't need to be elderly and all wise before you take power and when you are fit to rule. No, absolutely not. You don't need to be. Okay. Rushi Joshi says, I am more knowledgeable and my standards are elevated thanks to you. Which form of government, first of all, thank you so much. Thank you. Which form of government suits India more, presidential or parliamentary? In parliamentary, the head is involved in making the laws. Look, if you were to ask me about which of these two forms of government is better suited for India, is it the parliamentary system that we currently have, or is it the presidential system? I will say the presidential system. By far, is superior to the parliamentary system. By far. The presidential system is not the best system for India, but it is by far better than the parliamentary system. The parliamentary system is the worst form of government for India. And that's what we have adopted. Right? In the parliamentary system, there's no separation of the executive and the legislative wings of government. That's what you're mentioning over here. That's what you're pointing out, and you're right. If you want to have proper separation of powers, which makes sense, then separate the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative wings of government. Totally. The executive should not be wasting time sitting in the legislative assembly or the parliament and arguing and debating and passing laws and all that. No, the executive should rule. But in India, it's all mixed up. Mishmash. So I would say the presidential form is better because of multiple factors, right? First of all, it's a stable system, stable form of government. The parliamentary system is unstable. You can have coalition governments, you can have hung assemblies, hung parliaments. Who wants that? It's instability. So the presidential system is far better. I am Krishna Vadrevu says, suggest how our government could suppress these kinds of protests being waged by foreign forces along with anti-national elements within the country. The first thing India should do is expel all illegal infiltrators who are squatting in our territory. Tens of millions of illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators who have come into India illegally. Entering the country illegally is a crime. These people are criminals. Send them back to where they came from. Not just the Bangladeshis, whoever else During Operation Sindoor, the government of India suddenly discovered tens of thousands of Pakistanis who had been living in India. What were we waiting for? Expel all illegal infiltrators out of India, whether they are Bangladeshis or Rohingyas or Cookies or Pakistanis or whoever. That's the first thing India should do. Secondly, how are all these protests being funded and organized in India? You don't see the organization behind all of this. Who is funding everything? Who is funding all the activities? Who is organizing everybody and providing leadership and guidance and all that? Second thing India should do is cut off the sources of funding. These funds flow in so many different ways into India. NGOs and God knows what. Cut off these sources of funding. So 2 things I'm giving. That should be a very good start. Anupa, thank you very much. Anupa-ji, thank you. James Clinton says, AIT, Aryan invasion theory, and Aryan migration theory are based on an assumption that there is a single point of origin for R1 haplogroup. What if people with similar haplogroups from different regions have origin in their respective regions? In genetics, say this is biology. The haplogroups are biological mutations, lineages that are grouped by biological mutation. A haplogroup means it's a group of individuals, people who are alive today, who all share a specific genetic mutation that originated in the past in one individual. That is the definition of haplogroup. So there is only going to be one single point of origin of the R1 haplogroup. It's going to be one man sometime in the past. The R1 haplogroup is a group of people who are alive today. It's a group of men who are alive today, who all descend from one person, one man who lived in the past, who was the originator of that particular genetic mutation. It's as simple as that. So the R1 haplogroup will only have one single point of origin. No question about that. Then the AIT and AMT are not based on that assumption. It's not based on that assumption. It's based on fiction. Okay. It's not based on the assumption that the haplogroup is a single point of origin. That's not an assumption. That's a fact. That's a fact. The AIT and AMT are based on the assumption that haplogroups and languages that you can conflate language and culture with genetics. And that's a completely flawed assumption. How can you conflate genetics with culture and language? If an Indian person converts to a foreign religion tomorrow morning, will their genetics and their DNA change? No. If an Indian person starts speaking a different foreign language, will their DNA change? No. So how can you mix genetics and culture or language or religion? You can't. And that's the flawed assumption behind this Aryan invasion and migration theory. Okay. James Clinton says, continued. The West also said the earth was flat because it appeared so. I've been following your content, but this is my first live. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here on your first live. And thank you so much for following my content. The West also said the earth was flat because it appeared so. Yeah, so in the past, you had data that appeared to be true, but it did not represent the full picture, right? So it's not just about the West. Every culture at some point in time must have imagined the earth was flat. But our ancestors, thousands of years ago, they realized that geography is bhugol. And that, so we were the first civilization to figure out the truth about the fact the earth wasn't flat, right? And the truth about the precession of the equinoxes, the astronomy, and so much more, and mathematics and all those things. Sergeant Skyland says, did we get Nether chip agri-tech during PM visit? Did we get Netherlands chips and agriculture tech during Prime Minister's visit? I think there's some deal with ASML that we have signed. ASML is a Dutch company that makes lithography machines. And we have signed some kind of agreement that we will use Dutch ASML photolithography machines and deep lithography machines and ultra whatever lithography machines to manufacture Indian chips. That sort of agreement has happened. Agriculture tech, I'm not sure. So yeah. Right. So there is an agreement about chip making machines, not chips themselves, but chip making machines. Sakarin Smooth says Abhijit G for PM 2029. No, thank you. No, man, I'm not cut out for politics. Sorry. I hope the right person comes to power. Ankita Ji, good evening. What are Bharat's biggest bhu-rajnitik vulnerabilities today? Bhu-rajniti, geopolitics. So what are Bharat's biggest geopolitical bhu-rajnitik vulnerabilities today? I would say the number one vulnerability is the fact that India depends on other countries for energy, whether it is petroleum or whether it is natural gas. About close to 90% of natural gas India has to import. So if the import of natural gas is affected, let's say by a conflict that's happening near one of these choke points like Hormuz, Bab el Mandeb, etc., then that is going to have a direct impact on your kitchen, in the kitchens of ordinary Indians. That's a massive vulnerability. Natural gas. Secondly, oil, petroleum. That again, India imports more than 50% or close to 50% of its oil through Hormuz, and the rest through other parts of the world. Now we have moved from Hormuz to the Cape of Good Hope or whatever, a lot of that. But even that, there are vulnerabilities. So the biggest vulnerability is the fact that India is not self-sufficient in energy. Biggest vulnerability, right? Second vulnerability, I would say, is that India is one of the world's biggest importers of defense equipment. Why are we still importing defense equipment? Why can't we make it at home? So, that's another massive vulnerability. A third vulnerability, there are so many more, but these are, I would say, the two biggest vulnerabilities. Right? We don't manufacture our jet engines. We have to import that. We are dependent on the Americans. We have signed a deal with General Electric, and the Americans are essentially starving the Tejas program of jet engines. That's a tremendous vulnerability. So these are some of India's biggest vulnerabilities. And then you have the entire system that needs to be reformed and so on. So yeah, but geopolitically, energy and defense are the two biggest vulnerabilities. Meet Bhatt says, book recommendation to study war and strategy. I've got a bunch of books here. That's why I'm looking there. Look, if you want to study war, a good place to start is by reading a book called On War by Karl von Clausewitz. Let's put it on the screen. On War by Karl von Clausewitz. This book here, okay, it's a 19th century book. It's kind of dated, but it's still relevant today. Very relevant today, even today. So this is a great book to study war and strategy. What else would you study for war and strategy? Boyd Udaloop book. So he never wrote a book. Osinga is the best one. Franz Osinga. That's the best book for Boyd, the OODA loop formulation. So that's the Osinga's book is the best for Boyd's OODA loop. Then the Book of Rings, right? Strange Rings. No. Rings theory. No. Warfare. Okay, John Warden. Yeah, that's right. John Warden's 5-ring model. That's something you should study. John Warden, yeah. And who's the guy called Strange Warden, right? Strange and Warden. concentric rings. Very, very important way to look at, you know, how forces are consolidated and so on. So yeah, John Warden's five rings. That's another one. You should also look at mm, what is it called? Mao guerrilla warfare, right? Guerrilla warfare. This actually the protracted war. Mao protracted war. So I'm giving you concepts, and you can look up the best book for each concept. Protracted war, very important. This is still relevant in multiple theaters today. Protracted war. You may not like the guy, but his theory is something that is relevant. What else would I recommend? If you want a book, another book. This book is interesting. Svechin, Alexander Svechin, who was purged by Stalin, and so on. All right. So I think I've given you a bunch of concepts in some books that are relevant to the study of war and strategy. All right. Enjoy. The Ajit Nair is a new member of the channel. Thank you so much for joining the channel, Ajit, and welcome to the channel's membership. Thank you so much. Okay. The Explorer says, with the recent episode of Gen Z and a fire against the 15-year-old, doesn't it look like we are living in full state control? Will we ever be first world? Let me explain something. First world countries are complete police states. Go to Europe. Go to the United States. These are police states. You dare protest in Paris or New York or the US, you won't get a fire on you, my friend. You're going to be shot by the cops. India is a truly liberal nation with so much freedom. You do the same thing in the US, there won't be a fire on you. They're going to shoot you. Full state control. That's why I say, please travel. Look around the world. Do that in Beijing. Do that in Moscow. Do that in Paris. Do that in London. Do that in the US. Indians worship the US, the best nation in the world. Try that trick in the US. Protest against the US government. Try that. No questions will be asked of you. No FIRs will be filed on you. Kaboom. All right? First world. If you want to be the first world, I suppose you become a repressive police state. That's how you become first world from that perspective. Whatever I'm saying, please fact check that. What happens if you protest against the US government? In the way the so-called Gen Z, who are hardly Gen Z, the way they protested in Delhi. Try doing that. Try doing that in the US. See what happens. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm trying to point out the truth of how the world really works. Okay. Akshay Rao says, avid follower since 22. Thank you so much. Can the Moroccan incident lead to a Hormuz-like situation in the Gibraltar Strait? Does the US want Europe to get involved in war? The Moroccan incident, can it lead to a Hormuz-like situation in the Gibraltar Strait? It cannot. Who's going to close the strait is the question. Does Spain have the firepower and the naval power to close the strait? It does not. Does Morocco have that? It does not. No, it won't lead to any such thing in the Strait of Gibraltar. Does the US want Europe to get involved in war? Well, some parts of Europe are already involved in the war, in wars. I mean, you have the Ukraine war that's going on. The entirety of the EU and NATO are supporting Ukraine. So they are involved in some shape or form. It's already there. And we'll see about, I hope there's no more war, no escalation and no spread of the war. That's what I hope. Yeah. Varinder Marva says, is human male the apex predator, top of the food chain? Homo sapiens, our species, is the apex predator on our planet. And yeah, males among our species are physically significantly stronger than the females of our species. So yeah, you could say that. We are the apex predator. We are the super predator. No question about that. Gaurav says the historians trace and say that chicken curry embroidery was introduced to India by Empress Nur Jahan. She brought Persian needlework techniques and Persian craftsmen to India. Is this really true? Hmm. Look, I have not looked into chicken curry or whatever, but so essentially these historians claim that anything good that exists in India must have come from abroad. Hmm? Lions and tigers came to India from abroad, I suppose. Horses came to India from abroad. All good flowers came to India from abroad. Biryani came to India from abroad. Embroidery came to India from abroad. Nothing good ever emerged out of India. I call BS on that. Yeah. Nur Jahan. She brought this into India and she spread it to millions of people alone. This lady. What absolute nonsense. Abhay Singh says, Turkey has already made the prototype for their Khan stealth fighter, while we once again have extended our RFP timeline. I fear we might already be too far behind any serious country to ever catch up. What's holding India back is the lack of a jet engine. So the Khan stealth fighter, it uses American jet engines. Let's find. Am I right or am I wrong? Let me see. Which jet engine does the Turkish Khan stealth fighter use? Khan stealth fighter use. It uses two American-made General Electric F-110 GE 129 turbofan engines as an interim power plant for prototypes and initial production batches. And the planned indigenous engine is the TEI whatever, Tushash, etc. Pound feet. What is this horrific unit? Pound foot. Ugh. Pound foot. And Guchan, a higher thrust 42,000 pound foot domestic turbofan option. So Turkey is working on its indigenous engines. I suppose India is also working on that. Yeah, Turkey, look, you have to give it to Turkey. They're doing a great job. They are focused. They're a focused nation. And this Khan stealth fighter, okay. Is the Turkish government developing this fighter plane, or is there a private company or firm that's developing it? Let's see. The Turkish government funds and directs the development of this thing. The physical design, manufacturing, etc., are executed by specialized state-owned defense enterprise rather than okay. So it's a government effort. The Turkish government is far ahead of the Indian government in execution and so on. Look, I would not say that we will never catch up with any other countries and so on, but yeah, India is not very serious the way things are being executed. Yeah, we need our own jet engines, indigenous jet engines. Whether we buy, beg, borrow, steal, whatever, it should be indigenous, should be manufactured at home. And yeah, the good news is this: fighter planes are soon going to be obsolete. I'm not saying fighter planes will no longer ever be needed. I'm not saying that. But a lot of what fighter planes do will be now feasible through missiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. So that's what India should focus on in the interim. Golibar says Pakistan claims to catch 5 row agents. Okay. Let them claim. All right. NPS says, have astrophysicists figured out how galaxies would eventually die? Any theory prediction about it in modern astrophysics? How galaxies will eventually die. So you have to ask yourself, what are galaxies made of? Galaxies are made of stars. Stars. How do stars die? Stars die in a variety of ways. Some wink out of existence, like that. One day they're shining, the other day they're gone. What happened? They collapse directly into a black hole, depending on how massive they are. Some stars go kaboom, supernova, they explode. Some stars die a slow lingering death if they are below the Chandrasekhar limit, which is 1.44 the mass of the sun, which means our star will die that way. It will expand into a red giant. It will expel its outer layers into what's called a planetary nebula, and then it will become a white dwarf, and then slowly over trillions of years become a black dwarf. So what is going to happen to galaxies that eventually their stars will all die out in various ways, and the galaxies will go dark in probably trillions of years. Trillions of years. And by the time the universe will most likely be expanding at a much faster rate, dark energy will take over. It's going to rip things apart, which means that galaxies will all start moving further and further away from each other. Eventually, we will only be able to see the Milky Way. Eventually, even that will be torn apart by the expansion of the universe, the accelerating expansion of the universe. And eventually, if things continue that way, you're going to have the big rip where even atoms will be torn apart and nothing will be left. And eventually, you're going to have the heat death of the universe. So, yeah, that could happen. Unless there's a different fate for the universe. Maybe an oscillating universe scenario or something like that. We'll see. We will not see. I suppose we'll never see. That's too far in the future. Prasannan Gachinmani says, how intelligence agencies track millions of messages from messaging apps, game chats, etc., to prevent nefarious plans on a daily basis. Well, today, if you ask yourself, how does the United States do that? It uses artificial intelligence to do that. In the past, you would have databases in which everything was stored. And you would have signals. Like you had this program called Prism, right? Which was revealed to the world by this person called Edward Snowden, who worked as a contractor for the United States government. And he revealed the existence of this secret program where messages, signals, and data from various sources were collated together to spy on various countries and keep track of whatever was happening. So yeah, today the US uses AI to handle all of this. How do other countries do it without AI? Well, each country, I suppose, develops its own ways and means of doing it. Some countries don't do a very good job of it because they don't have AI or high technology, which means that some countries can't really track millions of messages and so on. But high-tech countries, they use AI and other high-tech means to do that. Mudit says, but Sonali vehicle had solid wheels, not spoked. Also, R1A came from outside. Gene depth from one guy. Then diversified gene width. So diversity is not origin. Okay. All right, sir. Thank you so much for your rebuttal. I appreciate that. But I disagree. Now, how do I disagree? The Sonali vehicle had spoked wheels. Right? Let's see. Sonali chariot. And even if it had non-spoked wheels, it doesn't mean that it's not a high-performance vehicle. This is a representation of that. Okay, what did it look like? Okay, looks like it did not have spoked wheels. Well, that's fine. So what? So what? Yeah, they're putting a bullock over here to make it look like a bullock cart. But my point is, I've already explained it, so I won't repeat myself. This is, if you see the tube, the construction, it's designed like a sports vehicle or a war vehicle. So that means nothing if it did not have spoked wheels. That's fine. R1A came from outside. What evidence do you have for that? R itself came from India. The ancestor of R itself originated in India. The deeper ancestor of R, who is it? It's F. Haplogroup F. Where did haplogroup F originate? Haplogroup F is the ancestor of R and R1 and R1A, R1B, all that. Where did F originate? F originated 60 or 65,000 years ago in the subcontinent. So, all right. Okay. Prateek Kumar Roy says gold alone is money, everything else is credit. Do you agree with the statement? I agree with it. I agree with it. Gold alone is money. Everything else is a promise. And promises can be broken. I agree. Run on a Hapana is back. Finally rejoined you after a month's break. Well, I'm glad to have you back with us, sir. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for being here on the live stream again. James Clinton says, a finger doesn't look like an eye, but both finger and eye could belong to a same body. Same way we can say that despite Tamils, same way can we also say that despite Tamils, non-Brahmins look different from Gujaratis. Could they both belong to Bharatiya civilization? In Telugu, we call this subcontinent as Bharata Khandam, old Telugu literature. Of course, we look pretty different in different parts of the subcontinent. I mean, look at Muttaya Muralitharan and Imran Khan. They look very different. But genetically, they'll be much more similar to each other compared to someone from China or Russia or Turkey or Europe. India, the subcontinent, has the world's greatest genetic diversity outside of Africa. And despite its immense genetic diversity, it is incredibly genetically uniform. If you look at the genetics of a person from southern India, let's say Tamil Nadu or Kerala, whatever, and you see look at the genetics of a person from northern India, let's say extreme northern India, let's say Afghanistan, Pashtun, you will hardly be able to see any genetic difference. That's the deal. We look different because for thousands, tens of thousands of years, we have lived in different parts of the subcontinent. So skin color and so on and so forth look different. And yet we are an incredibly uniform, genetically uniform civilization. That is indeed true. So I agree with what old Telugu literature says. I agree. Prateep Kumar Roy says, crime versus sin. Criminals can be good and bad, but not sinners. Well, crime is a legal concept. Sin is an ethical and moral and religious concept, depending on which perspective you look at it from, right? Criminals can be good and bad. Well, it depends. It depends on what legal system we are talking about. But I'm sure that you can find examples where criminals are not necessarily bad. It's certain types of crimes may not necessarily be, the people may not necessarily be bad, right? For example, if you were under British occupation, okay, let's say we go back in time to, let's say, 1850 or 1857. India is under British occupation and you are a freedom fighter, you are fighting the British, they will see you as a criminal, but you are doing something good. So there you have it, you see? The system is bad, the laws are bad, and the criminal, the person who is labeled a criminal, is actually a freedom fighter fighting for the freedom of their land. So there you have it, right? So yeah, you can look at it from various perspectives like that. S. Katyan says, Knights of Malta. Any info on this? Quite interesting. I haven't really looked into this, so can't say. Sorry. Ankita Kachap says, please tell us about Kali, a secret weapon currently being developed by DRDO. Some experts say it's going to be a game changer capable of targeting satellites. Well, I don't know if it exists or not. There's been talk of this Kali weapon for a very long time, kiloampere linear something. People have been talking about the existence of some such secret weapon since the 2000s. Kiloampere linear something. Kiloampere is not it's not a very high powered thing. But yeah, that's maybe it's a giga-ampere thing now. Okay, I would not say. Okay, so let's say. So if it's a secret weapon, obviously I will not know about it. Yeah, but the concept is allegedly that of a directed energy weapon. A directed energy weapon is a weapon that projects energy afar. far away. So let's say you have a drone coming in, bzzz, and you want to destroy the drone. You can shoot it with a missile, you can shoot it with guns, or you can shoot it with a directed energy weapon. A laser, for example. A laser is a directed energy weapon. It will poke a hole into your drone and destroy it from maybe a kilometer or 2 kilometers away, depending on how powerful your weapon is. Maybe you can even take out satellites if you have sufficient energy, if your weapon is sufficiently energetic, right? So I don't think the government of India has ever acknowledged the existence of a weapon like this, but I would say that it's very possible that India may be developing something like that. So if it's a secret weapon, we're not supposed to know about that, but looks like there have been rumors of this going around for more than 20 years. So maybe there may be something to it. Have we seen it being used anywhere? I'm not sure. Was it used during Operation Sindoor? I'm not sure. But maybe we have something up our sleeve, right? So directed energy weapons theoretically can target satellites. Of course they can. If you have sufficient energy and if you can target precisely, you can. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Google 1988 Chrysler Fifth Avenue. What's your favorite car, by the way? Let me first Google that. 1988 Chrysler Fifth Avenue. Okay, nice. Luxury. Rear wheel drive luxury sedan powered by a 5.2 liter, etc. engine. Yeah, nice car. Yeah, it's a pretty good looking car. What about the Mercury Meteor? Mercury Meteor. Now that's a car. Check it out. 1962 Mercury Meteor. Do I have a favorite car? I'm not sure I have a favorite car, but yeah, these are all nice cars. It's nice to have. If you look at the cars that you see on India's roads today, yes, really boring. Same 3-4 colors. You need some diversity. Yeah. I'm not sure if I have a favorite car otherwise. Yeah. Stick Life says search Guam and its map location. I know where it is. I don't need to search it. I know where it is. It's in the Pacific, North Pacific. It's the third island chain. Yeah. It's a massive American base, military base, naval and air base. Right. Somalia Paul says, any idea of where the Ilam people came from? Ilam as in Persia, ancient Persia, west of where the Parsha people originally made their home. Not sure where the Ilam people came from. Their ancestors must have been from that region, or maybe, not sure. What is the language that they spoke in Ilam? What language was spoken in Ilam, ancient Persia? Come on, let's go. What language was spoken in Ilam, ancient Persia? Ilam. Elamite. Yeah, it's extinct, right? Elamite. Language isolate with no proven ties. So not sure where the people of Ilam came from. I haven't looked into it, so I won't be able to tell you. Okay. James Clinton says from Safed Booth 67, why Indians are the most who face racism the most in the world? Why us? Clearly something is wrong with us, right? No. Why does it mean something is wrong with us? Maybe something is right with us. After 1,000 years of mediocrity, India is now beginning to make a mark in the world and rise. Despite all of India's problems, we are now beginning to become genuinely geopolitically relevant. And the big powers don't like this. They are worried that in 20, 30 years, 50 years, we may become the next China. That's why they're trying to keep us down. They're trying to put us down. They're trying to crush India's morale. And that's why you should not think there is something wrong with you. There is something right with you. Understand? That's why people are after you, because you're doing something right. They want to break your morale. And it looks like it's succeeding if you believe this. Please don't believe this nonsense. All right? Safed Booth. Mrs. Benedict Cumberbatch says, recent Nobel winner theories that intrigued you. Nothing in the recent times has intrigued me. There was a time when each Nobel Prize was a new breakthrough in science, in physics. That ended a long time ago. That ended a long time ago. Uh, when was the last time? I mean, the Nobel that went to Peter Higgs. Well, that was good to see, but that's a theory that he put forth in the 1950s, right? The Higgs boson, the Higgs mechanism. There's no recent Nobel Prize theory that intrigued me much. I mean, macroscopic quantum effects, nothing didn't surprise me. Macroscopic quantum effects. Can't think of the last Nobel Prize that truly excited me. Can't think of any, sadly. It's all incremental stuff these days. Yeah. It tells you the kind of state science is in right now. Theoretical physics, it's hit a brick wall, no progress since the early 80s. Bad state. Leader of the Free Galaxy says, a good or a great man, which path to choose when you must pick only one? They both seem to be mutually exclusive after a certain point. Both are ideal. A good man or a great man? Well, there's a lot of good men around. There are very few great men around. It's your choice to make. I can't tell you what's right for me may be wrong for you. What's right for you may be wrong for me. It is each individual's own choice to make which path they would like to walk, whether you want to be a good man or a great man. I would say both are difficult paths, but great man is far more difficult than good man. But to be a great man, you may have to do things which are not good sometimes, right? Was Sri Ram a good man or a great man? I think he was both, wasn't he? Was Sri Krishna a good man or a great man? I think he was both once again. But that was in a different era, a different time period. Today, I'm not sure. Not sure. You have to do some not good things to be great. But once you are great, you may use that greatness to do something good. See, the world is complicated. It's not black and white. It's your path to choose, sir. I can't tell you which path to choose. I think greatness is far harder to achieve than just being good. Kirti Kishore says, hi Abhijit, been watching you since the short-haired days with my grandfather. He flagged you instantly. This person seems knowledgeable. Hope he keeps at it. Now it's more than 7 years. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Short-haired days. Yeah, I had shorter hair in the past. Yeah. That was the first video I made, the Chinggis Khan video. I had shorter hair than what I have now. Yes. Well, thank you so much for having been watching me for more than 7 years now. Well, that's quite a while now, right? So thank you so much. Really appreciate you saying this here. Thank you so much. And please give my regards to your grandfather. Thank you. Thank you indeed. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, what are VK2MBS fox hunting attenuators? I have absolutely no idea. I'm sorry. I don't know what these things are. I could Google them, but then I'll be learning something. Okay, let's see what these things are. VK2MBS fox hunting attenuators. What are these things? Indispensable radio direction finding tool used in amateur radio. It helps operators track hidden transmitters, foxes, by reducing overpowering signals and so on. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. I mean, I'm getting some idea of what it is, but yeah, not my domain. Okay, Phantom Surge says, agree about education, government education and healthcare, but wouldn't no competition breed complacency? Privatizing is the other problem, as you mentioned, where they monetize these things. What would be a good balance? That's a good point you raise over here. If there's no competition, wouldn't that breed complacency? Well, didn't we have the same problem in the past? Let's say you go back in time to, let's say, 1000 AD, before the Turkic invasions and destruction of our universities. You had free government education up to the highest levels. You had Takshashila, you had Nalanda, you had Telhara, you had Vikramashila, you had Odantapuri, you had Shardapit, you had Vallabhi, and so many universities across the length and breadth of India. Was there complacency? This was all free education, all government funded education. The king, the emperor would fund this totally. Why didn't you have complacency? Why didn't you have low standards in the education system at that time? Therein lies the solution to the problem, very real problem that you're raising. Why was there no complacency? Why didn't you have low standards? Because the government had high standards. Your kings and emperors would never tolerate low standards in the education system. How do you ensure there are high standards, the highest standards in the education system? By ensuring the educators are of the highest standards and of the highest integrity. You create a system that produces educators of the highest integrity and highest standards. You have to reform the system. The system has to be reformed. You give free government education, you have rotten teachers and third-rate teachers. What are you going to have? You're going to have a free but rotten system. Do you understand? The solution is not making everything free only. The solution is reforming the goddamn system from the bottom up and then making it free. Do you understand? That is the solution to the problem. Privatization is commercializing the thing, and that is the wrong approach. Then it becomes purely profit driven. Then the stakeholders are the shareholders of the companies and the owners of the companies, not the students. The stakeholder must be the student. The nation must be the stakeholder. There's no good balance in this. It has to be government funded, it has to be free, but the system has to be reformed. And the government has to be reformed itself. Okay. That's a great question you asked, by the way. Okay. Mayur Goakar says, Pakistan is weak internally now. POK is also ours, so our citizens in India. Why is India not helping them? Bindas, while Pakistan improving their army with Turk Saudi. Pakistan is weak internally, sure. But Pakistan is not breaking up. It's not breaking up. POK is ours on the map, on paper. But POK is Pakistan's on the ground. The ground reality is different from the reality on a piece of paper, right? We draw maps in which POK is part of India because it should be part of India. But on the ground, POK is under Pakistani boots and Aksai Chin is under Chinese boots. This is the ground reality. Why is India not helping the people of POK? Bindas. Because India is not strong enough to do that. Because Pakistan has American support. I'll explain something. Why is India not able to free POK and free whatever else? Let's talk about POK. Why is India not able to free POK? Because India is not the most powerful geopolitical entity in the subcontinent. The most powerful geopolitical actor in the Indian subcontinent is the United States. That's why. Sundaram Solanki says, what do you think about our Prime Minister's reel about abusive language used by the youth? The Prime Minister is more grounded than we think he is. Love your Insta reels. Thank you. Making Insta uncomfortable recently. Okay. What do I think about the Prime Minister's reel? I saw the reel. And he said that, there are various young people, bache, whatever, who use very, indecent, abusive language and so on. And he said that, what? This happens. Children, youngsters, they make mistakes. You've got to learn from your mistakes and, learn from that and get better. So he said, I want to forgive them all. I forgive them. Let's not take any action against them and let them learn from the mistakes they made. I think that was a very, very nice and very kind thing and very good thing for the Prime Minister to say. There's been a lot of anger on social media against the people who used very crass language and all. Right? That sort of thing. So I would say that's a very good move by the Prime Minister. That's what I would say. Yeah. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, do you think the voting age should be increased to 25 or 30 so that more mature, informed people get to vote? Will be better for national security, I believe. No, I don't think so. You have people who became kings and emperors before they were 20. And they did a great job. I don't think the voting age should be increased to 25 or 30, whatever. Whatever it is now is fine. You don't become more mature in 5 or 10 years. Maturity starts coming in around 40, 45, I would say. I don't think I'm mature enough even now. I don't think I'm still sufficiently mature. Maybe I should not be allowed to vote. I'm still a child inside. So no, I look, maturity doesn't come with age, okay? You may be 50, you may still not be mature. So I don't think the voting age should be increased. I don't think so. James Clinton says the absence of R1 haplogroup in Rakigari body could be because the bodies with R1 haplogroup might have been cremated. That's a possibility. Another possibility is that the Rakigari body was female. If it's a lady's body that was discovered, then how will they find R1 haplogroup in that? How? Hey, explain to me how. Good question. Yes, let's find out. How many Rakigari bodies were genetically sequenced? Have been genetically sequenced thus far? Only one human skeleton. Okay. Was this human skeleton male or female? Come on, answer the question, please. The skeleton was female. The skeleton was female. Now, let me explain how this explains the absence of R1 haplogroup. The R1 haplogroup is a patrilineal haplogroup, Y chromosomal haplogroup. It's a genetic mutation that occurs, that is found in the Y chromosome. If you look at the cells in a male person, you will find X and Y chromosomes. Okay, X and Y. One X, one Y. In females, you have two X chromosomes. There is no Y chromosome. The R1 mutation is found in Y chromosomes, which are absent in females. Therefore, you will never find R1 haplogroup in any female body that is sequenced, any ancient female skeleton. Impossible. So, my point is, we need to find more skeletons that have been uncontaminated thus far and whose DNA can be sequenced. Thus far, only one has been sequenced. One. Does that tell you the story of the history of India? How can it tell you the story of the history of India? We need dozens. Then we will be able to form a proper picture of the genetics of the Saraswati Sindhu region from 5,000-6,000 years ago. Okay. All right. DSS SAT says, is there a way to divide borders to optimize for maximum cooperation? Is there a simple solution or AI that does this? Maximum cooperation. How to divide borders to optimize for maximum cooperation? See, maximum cooperation will not come from borders or whatever. It comes from leadership. It comes from the governance mechanisms and machinery. See, in India, we have borders divided linguistically and so on within the country. If you look at the political map of the world, you have various borders. Some are straight lines artificially drawn. Some are organically borders that evolved organically. Overall, what needs to happen is that people that belong to one cultural group should ideally be within one border. If you artificially put two different cultures or religions forcibly into one border, that creates problems, right? So that's how you do it. So if you look at why you have civil wars and so on in Africa and other parts of the world, it's because the colonial European powers drew artificial borders based on their agendas, which brought the wrong people together inside one nation, one artificial nation. So that's how we do it. In the case of the Indian subcontinent, we were historically just one civilization. You do not need borders. Now it's a different story because of the um, consequences of foreign occupation. So there's no simulation or AI. It's pretty straightforward. It's more common sense than that. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, "Have you read the book Mein Kampf? Your views?" I tried reading it more than 20 years ago. I found it very hard to read. I couldn't go past a few pages. Maybe I was too young, too immature. Maybe I'm slightly more mature now, but I haven't tried reading it again. So I haven't read it. I tried reading it once. I read a few pages, like 5-6 pages, then I gave up. I didn't find it interesting. No, no further views beyond that. Gaurav Pagare says, how to discard reservations without destabilizing the country. If you discard reservations in any shape or form, then the people who are benefiting from that will protest. That is guaranteed. Whatever you're getting, why should we give it up? I know it's not a good thing, but I want it. I was getting it. Why will I give it up? Why are you taking it away from me? That's what people will say, right? So how do you discard this without destabilizing the country? You will need strong law and order mechanisms to ensure that there's no destabilization of the country. There's no other solution. Okay, Acharya Chanakya says, please continue with the America series. Waiting big time. And was archery and horseback started by King Sudas? In your opinion, about 84 crore sea explode bill passed? Now, the America series is not cancelled. It will resume in the future, but not right now. I've got too much on my plate right now. It's a very time-consuming thing, reading so many books. So I will resume it at some point of time in the future. Was archery and horseback started by King Sudas? I don't know. My opinion on 84,000 crore sea exploration bill. Let's find out what that is. India, 84,000 crore sea exploration bill. What is that? India approved a 84,000 crore Samudra Manthan mission to boost deep sea oil and gas exploration, aiming to add over 600 million metric tons of reserves and reduce heavy import dependence. Phase 1 Central Sector Scheme running through March 31, 2031. Objective: enhance energy security and counter all that stuff. Add over 600 million metric tons of oil equivalent to domestic hydrocarbon reserves. Deep water drilling, 60 deep water and ultra deep water exploration wells, seismic data, offshore manufacturing zones. Okay, I think this is fantastic. This is something that we desperately needed, and better late than never. I'm glad this has happened. Good. Mrs. Benedict Cumberbatch says, thoughts on Spain's migrant invasion. Jai Hind. I spoke about this at least twice today, but my thoughts are that, what? It's not really Spain. It's North Africa. Spain is a European country. The place where this invasion is happening is in North Africa. So actually, it's a Spanish colonial possession in Africa. But legally, it is still Spain. So you can look at it from two perspectives: the ethical, moral perspective and the legal perspective, realistic perspective. The ethical and moral perspective is that this is territory that Spain has stolen from Africans, and Africans are taking it back. Just like the Americas were stolen from the natives by the Europeans, and Australia was stolen from the natives by the Europeans. Same thing. Right? So this Ceuta territory is African land. It's Spanish technically, because Spain is still holding on to colonial possessions, just like the Portuguese were holding on to Goa until we kicked them out. So from a moralistic perspective, ethical perspective, Spain has no business being in Africa today. No European power has any business being in Africa. From a legal and realistic perspective, this is sovereign Spanish territory, and Spain is being invaded. Which is your perspective? Which perspective aligns more with you? That's your choice to make. Vikas Mela says, are we heading towards new world order? We are heading towards a different world order. It's no longer a unipolar world order. Now you have US and China and Russia on another side. You have a bifurcation that's emerging of the world order. So it's a different world order we are heading towards. Casper Cryogenic says, starting my PhD in theoretical computer science at University of Chicago, and my buddy from Mumbai at PhD in machine learning at UCLA. Plan to head back to India in 6 years to start our own defense surveillance firm in Gujarat. Fantastic. First of all the best for your PhD. The University of Chicago is one of the very good universities in the US, theoretical computer science. So that's fantastic. Your buddy from Mumbai is doing his PhD in machine learning at University of California, Los Angeles. Fantastic. So, you know what? Do your best. I wish you very good luck. I wish you success in acquiring a PhD and doing genuinely valuable, original work and original research, right? And then reassess once you acquire the PhD. So it's great that you plan to head back to India and start your own defense and surveillance firm in Gujarat. It's very nice that you plan to return to the country and contribute what you can. So I wish you, first of all, I'm very glad to hear this, and secondly, I wish you the greatest of success in your PhD and eventually in returning to India and starting your firm. All the best, sir. Do well and succeed. Reddy Always Ready says, sad Modi didn't mention faults and corruption in the education system. I can't disagree with you. Yeah. The real problems aren't being addressed, unfortunately. The root causes aren't being addressed. Sad. Amisha ji, good evening. Good to see you. Some of the most complex personalities of history. Complex personalities. Well, what's a complex personality? I think Napoleon was a complex personality. Very complex guy. Yeah. Oh, absolutely complex. He wrote God knows how many letters to various people. So you have his innermost thoughts in writing. Napoleon was a very complex personality. No question about that. You see, when it comes to people from older times, it's very hard to know what kind of personalities they had because we don't have access to their actual thoughts. You can access someone's thoughts only if you have those thoughts in writing or in video, whatever. Right? So Napoleon was a complex personality for sure. Who else was a complex personality? Who else? I can think of Napoleon at this time. Napoleon Bonaparte. I think Richard Feynman was a pretty complex personality. He was the great theoretical physicist, Nobel Prize winner. He was. Who else did we have who was a complex personality? I suppose Mr. Mohandas Gandhi was a complex personality. I'm sure he was. His writings are available, copious writings. Mr. Gandhi was a very complex personality. And I'm sure we can think of many more from the 20th century and more recent times. But historically, I would say Napoleon was complex. Yeah, I'm sure many others as well. All right. Piyush G says, I know political parties can't change the system overall, but political will can for sure. See the recent example of Maharashtra FDA Commissioner Tukaram Munde, an IAS officer, outstanding work done. So I am not aware of what Mr. Munde has done, so I won't be able to comment about that. But okay, political will, FDA Commissioner, IAS officer. See, IAS officers are part of the machinery. IAS officers can't change the system. One IAS officer can be upstanding and honest and can make a local regional change where he or she is posted. Sure, that can happen. But that's one individual. The system has probably tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of individuals. And what an IAS officer does is not called political will. That's not political will. Right? So IAS officers cannot change the system. Political parties can't change the system. It is individual leaders, political leaders, not bureaucrats, who can change the system. But for that, you will need somebody of immense fortitude for that to happen. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, have you ever operated or used guns in your life? I have not. Never had the need to do that or opportunity to do that. So I've never used a firearm in my life. Any favorite guns? Well, I've never used any, so I don't have any favorite guns. That you can tell, you can have a favorite only if you use one, right? Use one. I haven't ever used one, so I can't say. Okay. Piyushji says, one man brought the whole corrupt system to its knees, and he will be transferred for that. You're talking about the IAS officer you mentioned earlier. So he'll be transferred for that. But who knows, maybe in the future it motivates some other officers or even political figures to take such actions. And my above super chat was in continuation of the super chat over Pradeep Kumar Roy's super chat. That one. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Well, I'm glad one man brought the corrupt system to its knees, but that unfortunately happened locally in one place. What we need is the entire system to be cleansed of whatever alleged corruption may potentially exist. You see, that's the issue. The system is the issue. There are many good men and individuals in the system, but individually, they can't defeat the collective system. And they don't have the means or the power or the authority to actually change the system they are in. They can act on their own in a honest, upright way, but they can't change the way the system operates. That can only be done from outside the system by the political authorities, by political leaders. That's the issue. That's the problem. You have good men and women in India who are part of the system. They are not the majority, unfortunately, but we have good people. But they can't change the system, unfortunately. That's the issue. Okay, Amisha says, why English civil wars are not revolutions? Dumb question. No, it's not a dumb question. The civil wars, why are they not a revolution? Civil wars, English civil war. You had the Cromwell thing. You had an English king who was deposed and executed, etc. But you had the restoration of the monarchy and so on. Why is it not a revolution? So what's a revolution? What's the definition of a revolution? A revolution is when you have an insurrection or a revolt or something that destroys and brings down an existing system and replaces it with a different system. For example, the Russian Revolution. It destroyed the monarchy and replaced it with the communist system. That's one example. The French Revolution destroyed the monarchy and replaced it with another monarchy eventually. So the French Revolution, what did it do? It was a reign of terror. It was the rule by the mob, Robespierre and who else. And Louis XVI was executed. Marie Antoinette was executed. And then for a while you had a rabble that ruled the country. And then you had Napoleon Bonaparte, who said that to save the revolution, you have to make me emperor. So that was, not quite the outcome they wanted, I suppose. So why are English civil wars not revolution? So they did not culminate in the overthrow of the existing system and the beginning of a new system. That's why I suppose they're not called revolutions. Sumit Sharma, thank you very much. Sumit Sharma, thank you so much indeed. Sundaram Solanki says, Iran without Persians, Afghanistan without Buddhists, Bengal without Bengalis, Kashmir without Kashmiris. Now what about Hindustan without Hindus? Level up Hindus. Yes. So you can't have Iran without Persians, I agree. You can't have Afghans without Buddhists. Afghans were Hindus and Buddhists, sure. Bengal without Bengalis, Kashmir without Kashmiris. What about Hindustan without Hindus? You can't have Hindustan without Hindus, I agree. Indeed, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Leader of the Free Galaxy says, better hero. Creator Newton versus Conqueror Alexander. Once again, it's your choice. I cannot tell you who you should regard as a hero. That will come from deep within you. Who resonates and what resonates more with you? Newton is no longer one person, he's a set of characteristics. Alexander is no longer one person, he's a set of characteristics. What appeals more to you? What resonates more with you? That's for you to decide. I can't tell you what is better. I can't tell you what to think. I should not tell you what to think. You should decide what you should think. So never ask somebody to decide for you what you should think and who you should admire. No, that has to come from within you. All right, you must decide that. I can't tell you. I can, but that will be my opinion, my choice. That may not be right for you. You have to make your own choices and decisions. All right. Sumit Sharma, thank you so much, Sumit Sharma, once again. AK Edith says, what are your thoughts on Nims Purja's legacy? Nirmal Purja, is he no more? I heard that he was missing in this avalanche that happened in Pakistan. The greatest mountaineer of all time. The greatest mountaineer. Nirmal Purja. Is he confirmed deceased? That will be so sad. Nirmal Purja. He's no more. That is so sad. That is so sad. There was a massive avalanche like a couple of days ago in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So sad. He will go down in history as the greatest mountaineer of all time. That's probably the greatest athlete of all time. Sad, very sad. I just came to know just now. That is terrible. And hardly anyone in India knows about him. He's not Indian, he's Nepalese. So sad. Anyway, I suppose he died doing what he loved the most. I mean, yeah. He died doing mountaineering. All right. All right. Om Shanti. Mrs. Benedict Cumberbatch says, please help understand and share your thoughts on Dr. Donald Hoffman's FBT theory and interface theory of perception, your analysis. I'm not aware of this. Let's find out. Donald Hoffman FBT theory. What's this? Donald Hoffman's fitness beats truth theorem proves mathematically that natural selection favors organisms tuned for reproductive fitness rather than objective truth. Where can I find the original research paper or papers? Let's see, do we have something? Google Scholar. Fitness beats truth. FBT theory, Phil papers, truth extinction. One second. Fitness beats truth. So here's the paper. Fitness beats truth in the evolution of perception. This is a philosophical paper. Phil papers. Acta Biotheoretica. Phil paper. Is it philosophy or is it biology? I don't have the actual full text over here. Okay, so listen, I'm not going to open up the full text and read it all over here. My point is, I am not familiar with this theory. I don't know what it's about. So I won't be able to tell you, unfortunately. This seems to be somewhere in the realm of biotheoretics or philosophy. I'm not sure. It comes under philosophical papers, philpapers.org. Fitness beats truth. So yeah, I haven't read it. I am not aware of it at all. So unfortunately, I won't be able to tell you right now. It'll take me an hour or so to read the whole thing and make sense of it. So I won't be able to tell you right now. I'm very sorry. Anshul Balagan says nearly 40% of Indian graduates are jobless. Is the cockroach youth movement just temporary anger or a structural political shift before 2029? The problem is the Indian education system. Why do we have so many graduates? Most of these graduates should have gone into vocational training so that they could become productive. Today, there is no vocational training that's available. Most people don't want a master's degree or a bachelor's degree or a PhD. Most people want jobs. The right approach is to give everybody, most people, to give them vocational training in a variety of disciplines after your 10th or 12th standard and make them productive as soon as possible instead of making them wait until they're 25 years of age. The entire system is structured wrong. It is rotten. So everybody now has a bachelor's degree or master's degree. Then what do you do with that? The entire system is structurally broken. Okay? The cockroach youth movement, it's a hijacked movement. The anger is real. The problem is real. But this cockroach movement has been hijacked by foreign forces. The issue is real. I'm not saying it's a fake issue. It's a real issue. The system is rotten to the core. And your new education policy 2020 is not going to address any of the real core fundamental issues that are the root causes of the problems. The anger is going to stay. Okay, now we're going to have fast track courts. Why did those fast track courts not come up in 2014? Why did we have to wait until 2026 and all these protests? Did we not have the issue of exam paper leaks in 2014? The problem is not being addressed. Exam paper leak being leaked, that's a symptom of the deeper problem. So nothing is really addressed. This cockroach youth movement, it leveraged genuine anger. It's not temporary. It's not temporary. Yeah. I don't know about a structural political shift before 2029 because the other opposition parties, they are responsible for creating the education system that is rotten today, by the way. And the current political dispensation is responsible for not reforming it. Who created the rotten system? The parties that are currently opposition parties. They created this rotten system. And the current party in power has not reformed it. This new education policy is not the reform that was needed. It doesn't address any of the real problems. So they're all part of the problem. But the opposition parties, do you think they were going to solve any problem? If you think so, you got to have your head examined. Seriously. Okay. Jitagada says, not keeping wealth, hence unable to sit through your live session. I'm sorry to hear that. Please get well soon. Thoughts that you post is nice. How many of your viewers Gen Z? A significant percentage of my viewers is Gen Z. Gen Z is what? What's the Gen Z cohort? Let's find out. 1 second. Oops, what happened here? I lost that. Let's bring it back. Okay. What is Generation Z? So 97 to 2012. Right? 97. If you were born in 97, you would be 29 today. 29. If you were born in 2012, you would be 14 today. I would say a significant percentage of my population is Gen Z. Of my viewers is Gen Z. Significant. A non-trivial number is Gen Z. Yes. All right. Get well soon, sir. Piyush G says, if everyone continues asking questions through super chats for 7 to 8 hours, will you do such a big live stream? By the way, please do it every 2 days. You don't know how much I enjoy these live streams. I feel lonely without it. I'm sorry to hear that you feel lonely without it. It's not feasible for me to do it every 2 days. I would love to, but it'll burn me out mentally. So it's not possible. I can do it once or maximum twice a week. Uh, I have done a session that was 8 hours 45 minutes long. I kept answering super chats for that much time. Yeah. I would prefer not to do it than to make it that long because it's very, very mentally draining. But yes, I've done it once or twice in the past. So I won't be able to do it every 2 days. I'm very sorry to say that, but it's not possible. These live streams become very long. It's already almost 4 hours long. So yeah, it's mentally very taxing and draining to keep speaking for that long and keep answering questions for that long because you have to be mentally focused and engaged. It's not easy. See, I think I will not make it look difficult, but it is not very easy. Piyush says, what impact will it have if we have NSA Ajit Doval or any other upcoming capable NSA as the Defense Minister of India? Could he be able to solve the core issues related to defense more efficiently? The core issues related to defense are concerned with defense manufacturing, about defense imports, and so on, and other issues as well. See, NSA's job is to advise, not to do the actual work of running the ministry. That's a totally different rule. So, making Mr. Doval the NSA, I'm not sure if it's even the right move, right? And the defense minister is typically a political appointment. So, I'm not sure if it will really solve the core issues. The NSA anyway will give the right advice that is relevant to the defense ministry wherever required, right? So, I'm not sure if it will really solve the issue. Akash Chaurasia says, what's next for humanity? Why does it feel like we are stalling? When can we become a type 1 civilization? I am so excited about the future, even though I don't think I'll see it in my lifetime. What's next for humanity? Why does it feel like we're stalling? When can we become a type 1 civilization? I think it's really hard to become a type 1 civilization. We're talking about the Kardashev scale here. Type 1 civilization is a civilization that can harness the entire energy and resources, the full resources of its home planet. Type 2, entire stellar system, entire solar system, and the total energy output of its star. Type 3, the entire galaxy. So we are not even type 1 because we can't harness fully the total energy and resources of our home planet. We can't. We may be a type 5, type 0.5, 0.6 civilization. Some would say type 0.7. I would say it's around 0.5 or something, or maybe less. Maybe less. So it's far in the future. Are we stalling? No, we are making technological breakthroughs. We are going into the future. We're going forward technologically. But these technological advances will have the effect of, well, us exploiting and degrading the planet. So that's also a problem, right? So it's going to be something we have to deal with and something we have to find solutions to as we progress technologically. It's going to be challenging, but that's what progress brings for you. Yeah, I am also excited about the future. I'm sure I will not be able to see humanity reach the stars, but I'm excited for that to happen whenever it does. All right. Piyush G says, Safed Booth 67 asked, US is powerful even in our so-called strategic backyard Indian Ocean. What about, despite the fact that they have a powerful navy, the US allies and do exercises? What's up with samosas? Yeah, the US is more powerful in our strategic backyard. It's true. They're more powerful than us in the subcontinent itself because they have invested in the capabilities needed for making this happen, for achieving this. They have a powerful navy, sure. They have alliances. They have extraterritorial military bases. They have a very powerful naval and air force naval base called Diego Garcia in our actual backyard south of the Maldives. And they have investments, let's say, in the subcontinent, East and West Pakistan, and so much more. So that's why they are so powerful in the Indian Ocean and in the subcontinent itself. That's the deal. Yeah. What's up with samosas? Samosas. Did I speak about samosas today? I was speaking about samosas with reference to the Chinese Navy. The Chinese, they churn out warships like samosas. They produce warships at a very fast rate. That's what I meant by that. All right. Ishan Das. Ishan Das, thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. Okay. Vijay Vagela. Vijay Vagela, thank you so much indeed. Thank you. Ayush says, I've read India and Greece that you recommended. It contains basic errors. Okay, that's an ancient book. It's an ancient book. It's an old book. It was written long ago, decades ago. If you read R.C. Majumdar's books, you will find similar basic errors that today we know are wrong, but at that time they were accepted as truth. Do you understand? It's still R.C. Majumdar's books are still valuable. Basham's books are still valuable. Durant's books are still valuable, even though they were written a long time ago. They will contain what you will term as basic errors. Of course they will. But if you know how to read, what to read, those books are still immensely valuable. That is my point. That's my point. See, the advice I give is not for, it's not for beginners. Maybe it's not for beginners. Maybe it's not for beginners. Right? POK is somewhere here. Somewhere. Where is he? Somewhere here. All of these books will give you something, some knowledge that is valuable. They will contain inaccuracies because they were written decades ago. So this is why I don't like to recommend books, because I get these sort of reactions and responses that you recommended a book that contains mistakes. All right. The Hell Dragon says, Neil Tyson said most of our gods are aliens. Thoughts? No thoughts. No thoughts on this. Most of our gods, like whose gods? Indian gods. They should keep quiet about Indian culture and civilization and all that. What does he know about that? Amisha says, you are our sunshine, always happy when you live. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Indeed. Vyom says, your views on Sherlock books, best fiction, love, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sherlock Holmes, fantastic read. Once again, it's a book. It's a set of books that was written more than 100 years ago. You will find inaccuracies. You will say, why are they not doing DNA testing? But there was no DNA testing in the 19th century, right? Or early 20th century. The point is, I have enjoyed reading the Sherlock Holmes novels. I have really enjoyed them. Yeah, I've got somewhere here a collected compilation of the Sherlock Holmes mysteries. I have enjoyed reading that. So my views are that they are very enjoyable. Sanmit says, hello, sir. Sadar Pranam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I saw the Odyssey today. I didn't like it. I like the Troy movie. I'd like to know your thoughts on this. Whether you answer or not, thank you in advance. I'll answer, but thank you so much, first of all. I haven't watched the Odyssey yet. I am not going to watch the new Ramayana that's coming out. I will not watch it. The Odyssey, I am tempted to kind of watch it. I mean, it's Christopher Nolan. He has historically been a fantastic filmmaker. I know this movie is horribly inaccurate. I know how the Odyssey ends. I know the story of the Odyssey. I know how it ends. It ends with a massacre. An absolute massacre. Executions of human beings. And I know that Christopher Nolan has omitted all of that from the movie. I also know that he has made Helen of Troy played in the movie. The character of Helen is played by a lady of African origin. So it's a terribly inaccurate movie. I've heard all kinds of reviews about the movie that aren't very pleasing, but that aren't very flattering or positive. But I'm still kind of tempted to go and have a watch. I'll see. I'm not sure if I'll watch it or not, but maybe I will. I'll see. So I haven't seen it thus far. Okay, Troy, I've watched it. The Troy in which you had Brad Pitt, right, who played the role of Achilles. That was a good movie. It wasn't the best movie in the world, but I'm sure it was. If you watch it again today, after more than 20 years, I'm sure I'll find it an enjoyable experience. So Troy was far better than the kind of movies that are being published today. And Odyssey, I haven't seen it thus far. I am tempted to watch it. I know that if I watch it, I will not enjoy it, but still, I'm tempted to watch it. I'll see. I'll see. If I do watch it, I will let you know what I feel about it. All right. And anyway, Samit, thank you. RVKB Chess says, do you feel CJP will gain traction? No, 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 it won't. It's the anger that our youngsters have about the education system is absolutely real. That will gain traction. The anger and the issue is real. That is going to gain traction. The Cockroach Party is a fake, artificial, astroturf party. Those individuals are going to get exposed like anything. Their foreign funding and their foreign links and all will get exposed. But the problem, the anger of the youth about the rotten education system, that is only going to increase. Because that is a real issue. And that anger is real and it's justified. Golibar says, asking for a female friend. Are you single? If not, are you open for extra companion? Yeah, I will not take this question. Thank you. No. Am I single? I'm not. I'm not open for any extra companion. I'm not. Polygamy is for the past. Today we don't do polygamy, right? Anyway, yeah, not for me. Anyway, thank you. Okay, Piyushji says Trump declared emergency. What exactly is that? I have no idea. He declares all kinds of things every day. Every single day, he puts out 75 different posts on social media, half of which contradict the other half. So I don't take his words seriously. Did he declare emergency? Where? In the US? For what? Blah. So, okay, let's quickly see. Has President Trump declared some sort of emergency? Yeah, I have no idea. So the point about Trump is that you can't take his word at face value. His words are meaningless. He lies constantly. Yeah, Trump. The least presidential of the US presidents. Anyhow, Ishan Das. Thank you very much, Ishan Das. Thank you indeed. Pradeep Kumar Roy. Favorite supervillain from DC? Mine is Dark Side. DC. I don't know which is DC, which is Marvel. Not sure. Favorite supervillain. Is Thanos a Marvel supervillain or DC supervillain? I don't know, man. Historically, Lex Luthor was a great supervillain. Lex Luthor, the guy who was the antagonist in Superman. Batman had fantastic supervillains like the Joker, the Penguin, a Catwoman, and Mr. Freeze, and so on. Those were fun. Thanos was, I suppose, a good supervillain. Lex Luthor, and I don't even know who Darkseid is. So, yeah, okay. Ishan Das says, what are your thoughts on the US-Saudi nuclear agreement, hedging against Iranian enrichment and putting pressure on Israel? It's a reward that's been offered to Saudi Arabia for Saudi Arabia's cooperation in certain matters. That's what it means. And I don't know if nuclear enrichment will be allowed for Saudi Arabia, but there is US green light to Saudi Arabia for embarking upon at least a civilian nuclear program. That much is clear. What are the parameters of the agreement and so on? We're not very clear about that, but it looks like potentially Saudi Arabia will be allowed, potentially perhaps, to enrich uranium to at least, I don't know, whatever percentage. There are mixed signals about that, but it's possible that may be part of the agreement. And that is very strange because Iran was attacked by the Americans and Israelis precisely because they claim that Iran cannot be allowed to enrich uranium. So double standards if this is the case, right? But see, Saudi Arabia is being given this as a reward for some sort of cooperation in somewhere. So perhaps Saudi Arabia will be made the leader of the new Islamic coalition, NATO sort of thing, which includes Pakistan, which includes Turkey, includes Bangladesh, Nigeria, whatnot. Yeah. So the US is reorienting the world. It's creating an Islamic bloc of nations that are American vassals. And the US is going to be the external leader of the Islamic bloc. And Saudi Arabia may be positioned as the internal leader or the visible face, the leader face of the Islamic bloc, that sort of thing. That's how I see this. Is it supposed to put pressure on Israel? Absolutely not. The US will never put pressure on Israel. No way. Hedging against Iranian enrichment? No. The hedge against Iranian enrichment is Pakistan, not Saudi Arabia. And the US won't allow Saudi Arabia to develop nuclear weapons. They may allow Saudi Arabia to have nuclear weapons on their territory as long as those are American nuclear weapons or Pakistani, which are also probably American. But they won't allow Saudi Arabia to develop their own nuclear weapons technology. That will not be allowed. So the hedge against Iranian enrichment is Pakistan. Pakistan is no friend of Iran. Understand that. Right. So that's my thoughts about this matter. A whole new bloc is being created artificially by the Americans. Anshul Balagan says, if critical thinking is education's product, not its precondition, does reform have to come from outside the system it's judging? Critical thinking is education's product, not precondition. Yes. Yes, it's a product of education. It's supposed to be a product of the education system. The education system is supposed to teach you how to think critically. Nobody is bored with the tools needed for critical thinking. Some people may have the natural aptitude for that, but no one is born with all the tools, the entire toolkit needed for critical thinking. The education system is supposed to provide that. India doesn't do that. So it's not the precondition, it's the product. Yes, correct. So does reform have to come from outside the system it's judging? Reform has to come from outside. It can come from within if you have good educators within the system. Within the Indian education system, the average educator is mediocre. Therefore, reform will probably have to come from outside. Most likely. Yeah, most likely. Jay Tagada says, do you like books by Mario Puzo? If yeah, which one? Well, I haven't read his books. I've seen the movies that came from the books. Yeah. The Godfather. I have never read The Godfather. I've never read it. Never had the time, never had the opportunity. I'm sure I can order the book tomorrow morning and get it. But I've never read it, but I've seen the movies. The movies are classics. The part 1 and part 2 are classics. Absolute classics. Part 2 is even better than part 1. So I've seen the movies, I haven't read the books. Yeah. Yeah. Piyush Sinha says, Krish 424 asked, do you see Japan, France, or any other country becoming reliable friends with India like Russia has become over the years? No, I don't. Japan, why not? Because Japan is not a free country. It's not a sovereign country. It's a US vassal. It's under US military occupation, permanent military occupation. And as such, Japan will only advance US interests. Japan is not allowed to have interests of its own. So Japan is one of my favorite countries. Historically, they are civilizationally the same as us, essentially. Right? Civilizationally, we are very much alike. Culturally, from the perspective of ethics and values and morals, very much alike. And civilizationally as well. But it's under foreign occupation. So Japan is not sovereign. So it can't become a friend. It won't be allowed to become a friend of India. France has significant strategic alignment with India, but the relationship is still kind of transactional. And it's a relationship India should certainly invest in. It's a good relationship, but it won't be the kind of relationship we have with Russia. It won't. Vijay Vaghela says, Mr. Gandhi started his hunger strike, this hunger strike BS. Ever since hunger strike BS is on, Gora Sar, I won't eat for a few days. Please leave my country, Sir. Gandhi's logic. Well, you are factually correct. Mr. Gandhi started this hunger strike thing. Gora Sar, I won't eat for a few days. Please leave my country. And Mr. Gora Saab left the country, did he? But you see, by doing hunger strike, you achieve a moral high ground in the eyes of Indians. Arey, Sar, he is not eating so many days. He must be a saintly man. That's what Indians feel. Because Indians lack critical thinking. That's the problem. So, yeah, you're right, sir. Piyush Sinha says, okay, sir, good night. We'll wait for your next live. Good night. I'll see you next time. Thank you. Golibar says, girl, say thanks. Do let her know in case you're back in the dating game in the future. No chance. Wishing you a happy life. She's gonna have a drink now. Good night. Good night to the lady. All right. Vinod Vaibhav says, have you watched the movie Tridev 1989 of Sunny Paji? Don't remember. May have perhaps, but I don't remember. It's been too long. Tridev. The name is familiar. Sunny Paji is obviously familiar. I may perhaps have watched it, but I don't remember right now. All right. That brings me to the end of today's live stream. All right. It's been more than 4 hours. 4 hours, 11 minutes. All right, so thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the wonderful live stream. It was great interacting with you all. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Until then, keep learning, keep asking questions, and keep raising your standards. I'll see you very soon in the next one. Bye-bye for now.